Hey, what ho, good hunter. How you doing, Fearless? Oh. Just sipping on a coffee, getting myself ready, getting the fingers flexed. I am probably going to get my arse handed to me by Rom for most of today, so you'll got time. Chaunerus, the Yharnam GPS system, Yharnam's fastest Uber. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. And do no worry, like, I haven't had to do a sleep reset, but if my current nonsense keeps going on, I'll probably have to. But it's good to see you. Mecha Noel, Wolfcrad, Steppergen, Watto, friends! How are you all doing? I stayed up till the wee hours talking video games with friends, so if I seem a little sleepy, I'm like sleepy happy. Like, I didn't stay up late due to sleep deprivation or due to nonsense in the world. I was having an absolutely brilliant conversation with an industry friendo about like how communities have changed so drastically, not just since the age of internet, but like since the prevalence of especially TikTok and tweaked algorithms that are kind of changing amorphous blobs of the internet, and it was fascinating. It's not something that really affects us directly. It's more a concern for like bigger video games, bigger studios, but
reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What ho?
What ho indeed. Shitaro, thank you for 4 months, you feckin' ledge. How are you doing? Also, numbers and puns and compliment cap. Webhead Gaming's in. What ho and welcome!
I heard today is gonna be a bit of a rom-com.
Puns. I cannot believe you are already making fun of my pain before my pain has started. If you're wondering, sorry, where are my manners? Puns, thank you for the 200 bits, friend. Today we're going to be fighting Rom. There's a little bit of faffermancy from getting through Byrgenwerth, but the
reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What ho? First subversary of the year, how about that? Spider bosses are the Dark Souls of video game bosses.
I think that deserves a second eyebrow raise. Why are you like this? Wraith. Why are you like this? I'm not saying that my constant repeated bad Glaswegian accent means that I deserve this, because I absolutely do, but why? But Wraith, thank you for 51 months and putting up with my bollocks. It's lovely to see you all. Wheeler Dealer, good morning, what ho, friend? Yes, we're going to be going through the British further education system. Byrgenwerth, of course, being a British equivalent Ivy League university. Everyone making horrible puns. I'm helping! Okay. Oh, and Martin, did I say hello? I hope I did. So, we're playing Bloodborne today. The whole Bloodborne run has been absolutely wonderful, and I don't think we're too far off of like getting into the DLC proper. However, today we have to fight Rom, and Rom was a huge stopgap for me the first time I played through Bloodborne. Like, when I think back to my first run, the days and weeks spent fighting Rom were just something else. Now, it was because I wasn't really prepared. I had to keep going back and farming for potions and blood echoes and items and things like that. But Rom has been the thing that I have been dreading since we've begun this fight. And I'm in two minds because on the one hand, I probably could just ask for Hunter help and we could just steamroll this fucking spider. Or I can fight and struggle and regain my honor, and I haven't decided which is the correct path for us today, but we'll get into that later. I hope you're all having a splendid weekend. As I said, I ended up staying up with a bunch of industry friendos, just talking game stuff last night, and it was really nice to have a few of my my theories kind of confirmed. Sorry, Wolfgang was saying, "Well, you've got against Rom, one of the best DS9 characters." That's a funny way to spell Garrick. Firstly. God, I need to do a rewatch of DS9. Also, Martin, because I know we talked about this when we first started this play of Bloodborne, but is something I got into the weeds last night, and I mean like really into the weeds game conversation. Also, Hoffman and Ehrman, Watto and welcome, was we were talking about how making things uncomfortable for the player, anti-flow, can sometimes be a way to make an artistic point. And I think Bloodborne's healing system is one of those. Like, the game simultaneously makes you essentially addicted to the blood. And it makes you go out of your way to acknowledge it, acquire it, stockpile it. You need it to progress. Whilst all the while telling you how bad the blood is and how it fucks everything up. Like... Hey, Mechanoel, you know what? If today ends up being just a farming stream whilst, you know, maybe some Chalice dungeons while we take on Rom, I'd love chatting with you. Because I was talking to a friend last night who specifically put counterintuitive things in their game to make a point. So one of them was, I don't want to name names while people aren't here, because I don't want to, you know, friendly a goss, but they had a game that had a team management system, and they absolutely categorically refused to allow people to change their team or their team composition from menus. You physically had to go to people to put your team together. And all throughout development, all throughout testing, people kept saying, like, no, how come I can't just go to my menu or go to a manager and readjust my team composition? And the reason being is that the creator wanted you to go around the environment, to see everything, to talk to everybody, and to get a sense of the size and scale. They wanted to make it so that changing your team out was a choice that had weight. It made you look at the characters and understand them. And it struck me that if we had been given what we wanted, which was the ability to just swap out our team on the fly, we'd never explore the environment. We'd never get to know the characters. It would just be slots and stats. By smoothing out the edges on the design, by making it easier for the user, we'd actually remove the experience. And I don't know, mine, you can absolutely still hate it. There are loads of mechanics that I hate that I appreciate.
Look, I know that beating Rom is necessary, but I hate that sad look spiders get when you have to smash them. They just look so crushed.
For a second there, Puns, for a fucking second there, I thought you were being legit. And thank you for the bits as well, friend. Bloodborne's really good about making you feel bad about killing gross things. Bloodborne. I mean, it's basically a FromSoft trait. Look at this horrible thing. Oh, you killed it. Can't believe you've done this. And yeah, Fearless was wondering if, like, the rally system in Bloodborne is because your character is splashing the blood of their foes on them like some kind of, like, deranged vampire. Sorry, Number's just adding, you would have removed an experience, whether it was a positive one. Well, the discussion last night was very much about things that make the experience painful, but that end up enriching the experience overall. So it's like inconveniencing the player. It's anti-flow in the moment-to-moment to create a better experience overall. And, like, holy crud, like, it was a great conversation. It was one of those, like, I finished the stream, you know, was cleaning up around the house, sat down to play some Hitman 3, some snipey snipes. And I didn't realise until maybe, like, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning that I wasn't paying any attention to my game and I was just talking with people. It was fucking great. But like getting into the conversations about anti-flow and stuff like that, like that's very, very arty-farty, very highbrow. Like knowing when you should streamline and when you should stand your ground in creating your game is fucking hard, and there's no clear metric. We've all encountered games that have done things that were just painful for an artistic intent, and sometimes so painful as to stop our progress altogether. I know it's a hyperbole example, but going back to oh my god. Oh wow, it's completely dropped out of my head. I'll try and remember it in a second. And so, Fearless, I understand what you're saying. That's more when it comes to like technical. This is the emotional experience. So making something difficult to do so that it is more difficult to implement is, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you programming stuff. I'm sorry. Hang on, let me have another slug of coffee. What I'm saying is, Fearless, is that I agree, but with flow and anti-flow in games, it's about the emotional experience. That you're not trying to inconvenience the player. Sorry. I'd probably end up being like a 2-coffee morning. They had the Death Wish coffee pods on sale in the store, so I got some. So expect me to be picking up speed as coffee consumption continues. But I think you're all picking up what I'm putting down. What's killing me is I can't remember this game that had a great example of like artistic stubbornness that fucking killed it. Was it Too Human? Yes, Too Human. Fucking Too Human. Too Human famously had these long, drawn-out death scenes where a Valkyrie, this is like Cyber Valkyrie, descends from above to come pick you up and things like that. And it was universally hated. And it was absolutely one of those situations where the creative lead dug their heels in and went, no, I want each death to have weight, to have meaning. But what it ended up doing was breaking the flow so hard it stopped people from playing. So oh, and numbers. No, see, this is what's so fun about this conversation, is that, like, this is where it gets into the poetics of it. Like, inconveniencing the player in the moment to moment, so that by the end of the experience, their focus is moved onto other elements to evoke an experience, to evoke a feeling. We're talking, like, weird poetry in an underground club at 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, this is some wild, on the boundaries type shit. This is itch.io's unknown genius that you found on a random search. And again, not all inconveniencing is good, but I don't know. I got into this wonderful conversation about counterflow for the purpose. One of the other things that this person was saying is they created a game where they specifically don't tell the user off the bat what all of the status effects do. But when used, the status effects show a reaction in the situation, kind of like putting cards down to unfurl a puzzle. I thought that was fascinating. Oh, and Legend, Watto and welcome. And yeah, Ehrman, that is the evergreen reminder that there are no perfect solutions, there are only trade-offs. And when it comes to user flow and interaction, like, what your goals are the only barometers of success. How you feel about it is the only barometer for success. Because I was talking to this individual, and they aren't making games to make bank. They're making games because they have a sadistic streak and they want to take it out on users. They have an idea or a concept inside they have to express. the goal isn't to get as many people, as many people to the end. The goal isn't to sell 1 million copies. And it threw me for a loop a little bit because you know me. What I kept saying last night is that despite being in the games industry for so long, I'm a fucking idealist. I love games so much. And I want my friends to succeed. I want games to succeed. But sometimes my enthusiasm and my idealism can miss, the wood for the trees. If someone wishes to make an experience that is actively hostile, and here I am like a happy chipper little tree elf being like, let's make this available for everyone so that you can make $1 million. Like, I'm kind of going counter. Phyllis says, what was it Miyazaki said about Dark Souls? That he's not a sadist who wants to hurt players, he's a masochist who wants to make the kind of games he wants to play. Yes. I mean, shit, if you, I'm going to use it again as another hyperbole example, but if you look at just the Souls trilogy, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, the concessions and trade-offs that they make throughout that experience are really subtle but kind of fascinating. Like, Dark Souls 3, there's no armor upgrades, meaning that you can swap out and change your outfit as you continue. Because, at least in my humble opinion, the original system would cause you not to seek out new armor and then upgrade it, but basically once you've got your armor set early on, you're locked into it. Because the amount of resources required to upgrade it is just so much. So even though users find cool and new and more useful equipment, they just tend to stick with that early set and maybe swap a couple things out. Whereas with Dark Souls 3, you're swapping and changing and hot dropping and, creating things that are interesting and different and really exploring, Stooge! Watto and welcome! Come on in, friend, come on in. We're talking about flow and anti-flow in video games. Because I stayed up too late with some industry friendos talking about it, and it's still on my brain, and it was a really good conversation, so I want to share it with everybody. Torpedoes away! God. Stu, did I ever show you the video of, it was the torpedo boats versus the wooden ships in Fall of the Samurai. Did I ever show you that one? I have to pick that up. But yeah, it's an interesting one where if you look at the Soulsian trilogy and you see the tweaks and changes and concessions made, they're subtle, but they're there. And also, Fearless, that's why I just wanted to keep that between the Soulsian trilogy. I do agree with you. I think that these systems they put in place for Bloodborne, they looked at those and went, oh, okay, no, these work a lot better. Let's move them across. But looking at where those experimentations and streamlines were put in at what places, that's the kind of thing I find fascinating. At no point has Dark Souls added, to my knowledge, a quest tracker. And I know that is something that has been requested again and again and again. But there's something magical about that raw exploration. A friend of mine was ranting about how good Morrowind was, and how the lack of clarity in terms of Morrowind's environment and UI leads to better stories, leads to more exploration. And I feel Skyrim struck a really good balance between the Morrowind style of work it out, fucko, and the Oblivion style of who wants to be led by the hand? But, yeah. Flow and counterflow. Flow and counterflow. Oh. Anyway, sorry, friends. I can't imagine any of you aren't already following Stooge. But just in case, especially those of you on European time zones, you actually get to hang out with some people before I'm here. Oh yeah, so Martin, this is where these conversations get fun. I'm not saying that you should absolutely remove all quest markers from video games, but what I'm saying is that the choice to inconvenience the user creates a situation where things can arise that you can almost create a different emotional experience by not giving them clarity. The thing that I would say on the Assassin's Creed franchise is that if you watch someone playing an Assassin's Creed game for long enough, they're not in the world, they're looking at the UI, they're looking at the quest markers. Like, that's what's driving their focus rather than, adventure and exploration. And I'm not saying that is necessarily bad. I'm not saying that, directed play is better than directionless play. But it's a different experience. Now, in the thematical world of Assassin's Creed, that makes sense, right? Because you're not experiencing all of this for the first time. You're playing a dead person's memories. So this has all theoretically happened. You're exploring the space as it's constructed by the Animus. Do you know what I mean? Oh, and Fearless, I fucking love the kind of games where you got to take notes. I have so many fond memories of going through, God, a gajillion different games. So Stooge was saying that maps are a great and terrible thing to happen to open world games. Yes, because on the one hand, they give users a sense of scale and a sense of where they have and haven't been. But if they're too descriptive, if they're too overwhelming, they dictate the user's play. You know what I mean? Varbles was saying that their preference is to have a list of quests, but no directions. Helps a lot when you come back to a game after a break. Yeah. Now, again, this isn't a discussion about what is the best, but if any of you were looking to make a game, sitting down and thinking, wait a second, what if we don't give users the information they need? What if we just let them explore? I mean, you've all heard me rave about Attica, and the point at which that game made me fall in love was when I realized that everything I needed to do in the quest was in the world, but I had to go and find it. I had to go to a terminal and look at the terminal and take down the information and go, oh, okay, so this is how I follow this through. Sorry, these are all great points. I want to get through them. Air Dragon was saying on the one hand, they can see missing games and take notes, like the old Sierra Adventures or Zork. That said, too much of that and Air Dragon is out. Having to do pages of notes for reference and it's wiki time. That's a good point. We do live in a time where you can gain access to that stuff. I know, baby boy. Amos come trotting on by. Mateus was saying they love the way Fallout worlds since 3 have been designed, because even though the game still have quest markers that you can rely on, you can always just wander from cool landmark to cool landmark without following the compass. That's very true. I feel they weren't ready to commit on it fully, but in Fallout 4, what was it called? It's the path of... It's the thing around Boston where you follow, the path of the founders or something. I thought that was a really good way of, not focusing the player, but the Freedom Trail. Thank you, Mateus. And if you haven't seen 18 different fucking video essays about Fallout New Vegas and how there are actually only 2 paths to go from the beginning to the main game, but it's just... Oh, yeah. But yeah, jumping back in, Fearless was saying Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring as counterexamples. No quest markers, no direct guidance. Well, Breath of the Wild does give you some focal points, but just enough. As you know, I haven't gone into Elden Ring proper. I wanted to do that after we've all done Bloodborne and stuff, because I'm sure you're all sick to the back fucking teeth of watching people play Elden Ring. Oh, well, wet paint. I'm really glad you enjoyed that. I'm looking forward to coming back to the Nostradamus predictions at the end of this year. Be fascinated to see how right and how wrong we were. Now, Legend of Morud, I think JRPGs are a fascinating example of systems without thought. So, the JRPG space is a fascinating one that it's like a micro-genre that has existed and persisted for a very long time in its own space. And what does and does not make something a JRPG is all really experiential and art style at this point. But what's fascinating is when you play some of the more modern JRPGs, there's a lot of systems that are added just because. Like, not necessarily with a consideration to the user or a consideration to the experience, but just because that's how it's done. That's how JRPGs are made, right? And that's one of the ones I find fascinating, because after playing, and I know these are old examples, but things like Cthulhu Saves the World and the latter half of the Rainslit Precipice of Darkness, that took the JRPG format and turned it into a puzzle game where you have to use the right things at the right time to win your battles. Like, that blew my tiny mind. And it really got me thinking about how, with some genres, we just add systems and features because we think there should be. Red Burning says, does Nostra Gaia represent tech school? Red Burning Dragon, I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but feel free to extrapolate. To expand upon your question. I mean, extrapolate too. It's your day. It's Saturday. Extrapolate how you want. Legend says they missed the old SNES RPGs that weren't quite so formulaic, like Chrono Trigger. Yeah. Sorry, Numbers. My brain went into silly bugger territory where I was going to be like, elaborate before 6 o'clock. God, have your own libations. And Squarepeg, how are you doing, friend? Oh, Mechanoel is tempted to do a counter will build. In which game? A counter will build where you only level your health. Okay, could Nostra Gaia be seen as a specialized school compared to Dark Souls and Bloodborne? So I went back to play more of Nostra Gaia, and unfortunately Nostra Gaia does suffer from the comedy game problem, which is that when the humor isn't happening, it can draw attention to systems that otherwise wouldn't be quite so focused upon. I haven't finished the last hero of Nostra Gaia, and I'm not so much stuck as I just lost momentum. And this isn't anything against like the dev team. Like, I'm not asking them of the impossible, but what I did find was the point where I needed the humor to carry me through, there wasn't anything happening. Like, especially after the end of the first boss, there's a large swath where you're going through this really interesting castle, but the narrators kind of stopped saying stuff at you, and even Mr. Pixel, this weird like Pac-Man with a butt thing, it's kind of like far and few between. But because there is an antagonist narrator, there's an expectation. I don't have a really good way of putting it. The absolute like dumb brain hyperbole example would be if in the Stanley Parable, through a whole section, the narrator stopped talking, and you were suddenly expected to get contextual environmental clues about about what was going on. It's not that the last era of Nostra Gaia doesn't put this lore and these elements around, but at the point where you're really starting to chew into the meat of it is when you're getting the least from it. Hey, Mega Noel, then go for it. Like, get your graduation. Yeah, well, and Legend, I don't want to diss on early JRPGs because they were all about how can we show a huge grand scale epic, you know, a proper tale of swords and sorcery on a fucking 8-bit machine, you know? The reason why I wanted to point to more modern JRPGs is that, like, comparable to what we had to deal with back in the day, like, technology is the easy part, you know? If you wanna, you can just download RPG Maker. Like, the engine's already done for you. But with some of the more modern entries, they add a lot of things that are just kind of...
Batteries.
What kind of batteries?
AA.
Let me go into the files. Sorry, friends. Oh yeah, no, Legend, like, limitations breed innovation. And I think that's why you can even call JRPG a genre, right? Sorry, I'm talking at you all whilst I'm looking away. Terrible habit. Nope. Getting double A's out of the horde. Please enjoy this guinea pig while you wait.
Guinea pig on head. That looks like. Guinea pig.
Please say hello to
The guinea pig.
Never thought I'd see a trash cascade, let alone create one.
Oh. Yeah. Here we go. There we go. Now you can say hi to other people and you're not trying to fly away. Yeah, you know, little hellos. Little hellos. Little hellos. No, come here. Come here. Come here. Little hellos.
My cow.
Oh no. Little hellos.
Might got the last one to add.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to go on a search. This one is Cleona.
She is the loudest, happiest dog.
Okay. Say bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
River stepped on my feet. Knock. I mean, so Numbers, you know what? That is a great fucking example. Numbers was mentioning that the Final Fantasy VII Remake is a magnitude better than the OG one. Yeah, and I would always be okay with talking about like the plot points and certain elements, but if you look at playing the original and playing what they made, holy crud. No. And it's one of the things that's kind of fascinating, like, that we can now go back and look at these classical games and go, right, what would we have done if we had the resources we have now? And instead of getting the same but very pretty, we're getting some really interesting results. And I love that. Oh. I'm absolutely not stalling because I don't want to fight Rob. Absolutely not stalling. Anyway, I hope you're all doing well, friends. Aside from staying up late and talking about video games and anti-flow and getting some confirmation that I wasn't going completely loopy, that like video games funding was super low on the ground last year. Or I should say super scarce. Like, I haven't been doing a lot. I'm still playing buttloads of Hitman 3. I find myself doing like one story mission and then going back and doing a whole bunch of other weird fun stuff that I may have missed over the years. Wheeler Dealer, Watto and welcome. Oh, actually, Wheeler Dealer, as a semi-work question, when is new Trigun dropping? Like, I feel like I need to brace myself. Not to diss on it before it's even dropped. I'm too emotionally invested in Trigun as a franchise to be level-headed or even about it, so... Oh, it's dropping today, alright. Oh, then I might be very hungover tomorrow. Fiona got me a bottle of gin, so... It's dropping today, alright. God. But I should say, friends, if I rant or rave about the newest Trigun anime, please do not take that as the gospel truth. As I have well admitted, that is a series that is too core to my being for me to be objective. And I might be one of those fans that's like, well, it's not like the source material. So, yeah. If you'll watch it and enjoy it, don't worry about it. If you see me frothing at the mouth like some kind of rabid squirrel, then just know that I'm... Oh, shit! Kestrel, firstly, Watto and welcome. Secondly, you come into my house on the day of my guinea pig's wedding and call me a nerd! It's a hate crime. Sorry, I can't say that. How are you doing, Kestrel? And Fred, how goes it? Watto and welcome! Yes, Kestrel, the correct pronunciation is no. Numbers with. To quote Will, I resemble that remark. And yeah, soon to be Hitman World of Assassination, Hitman 3. Wolfcrad's been going for the silent suit-only assassin. I've just been trying to do the sniper only. I'm livid because I cleared one of them and someone spotted me at some point and I just didn't realise. So I went through all the rigmarole of finishing a mission and now I've got to do it all over again. And I've been a bit cheeky because some of the later like side missions give you really good sniper rifles. So I've been using those. I mean, if you have the tool, right? Wheeler Dealer's like, I've always wanted to visit Hitman World. Red Burning Dragon wants to blame me of being into build divers now. Yo! It's an MMO that I would play the shit out of. And Season 2 is really interesting. Wait, you can? Wolfcrad, I didn't know that. Yeah, Wolfcrad, I'll probably ask you about it like either end of stream or after stream. Because I've spent all day thinking like, why isn't there like a track this objective or track this challenge? The only thing is that it's forgotten my silent assassin stuff from Hitman 1, so I've been redoing those. And the first level, setting off the fireworks display, and when both of the targets come outside to freak out, you're just like, clack, clack, pack case away, and we're gone. Good times, good times. But I'm really enjoying Hitman again, and it just... The slapstick comedy plus point-and-click philosophy to an assassination game makes me so happy. So last night, I wanted to blow somebody up with an explosive golf ball, like proper Acme style, but the problem is the guy's a workaholic. And even though he keeps being told, take a break, he doesn't. So what I did is I spent a solid hour fucking with him. Like, every time he tried to take a phone call, I'd turn on the radio. Every time he tried to, like, clear his mind and write an email, I'd turn on the vacuum cleaner. Like, I was just this asshole ghost in the background being like, whoo. So he finally flips out, and he's like, I can't get anything fucking done in this fucking place. And so he heads down towards the golf area, and he's like, I'm just gonna play some golf, I'm gonna relax. And then he blows his own face off, like in that movie. Face Off. so good. So good. Like, the mischievous hilarity of it all. The fact that they've gone out of their way now, especially with the way you can track story missions, to encourage you to be ridiculous. Like, to encourage you to think outside of the box. Not just to, like, sneak around a corner and go pew pew. But to, I don't know, I'm trying to think of some of the good ones. So, like, you know, poison someone's drink, so, you know, like, disguise yourself as a super chef to poison someone's food so they go and throw up so you drown them in a toilet. God, I'm trying to think of some good ones I've done. Of course, now I'm drawing a fucking blank because I'm gonna get another coffee, by the way, before we get started. Oh, Kestrel's got cupcakes. Whoa. I also have cupcakes. I just forgot to bring one. So I'm gonna do that in a second. But that's another story, friends. Right? Mine's asking if I have enough. Oh, if Kestrel has enough to share with the rest of the stream. Well, do you, Kestrel? Do you? Oh, nice! That's lovely to hear. Sorry, Fred was saying that Simon Miller got to do an in-ring appearance for one of WWE's affiliates. Simon Miller, originally a games journo turned wrestling journo turned wrestler, who I haven't had the chance to meet him proper, but from what I understand, is a lovely bloke. Hey, baby boy. Doesn't want to wear his cone.
Come here. You have to come here. No.
Can't hide in here, baby boy.
No, you can't hide there either. No.
Come on, baby boy.
Come on. I'm very sorry.
It's time for you to become the Cone Prince, Amos.
You won't stop licking. He's very unhappy with me when I do this.
Yeah. He's worked out a technique for getting it off, so we have to kind of clip it into his collar. Yeah, he's a sad boy. When are you heading out?
In a little bit.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be around the corner.
I'm gonna make myself a coffee before we get into Bloodborne. I have to fight this boss, Rom. Rom's a spider. It's a bad time. I'm going to probably be very angry today. And I've no one to blame but myself. But anyway, how's it going with all of your lovely selves? Like I said, I only brought up Hitman because I've not really been super, you know, exciting or bombastic. Like I said, had some really cool industry chats last night. And it was really nice to hear that, and I think I was saying earlier about how games funding is pretty much blocked up until 24, 25. Which makes me feel better. Like, as you all know, last year I was trying to help some indie games get funding, and it was weird that I couldn't, and it was frustrating. And I thought at the time that people were just passing on good games because either my industry friends didn't like me or that, you know, I was being ignored. You know, you can't help but internalize. As I was saying last night, usually I'd be able to talk to my contacts and they'd be able to tell me like yes or no or we'll see. But what I was getting back was radio silence. And I was like, that's a bit weird. But because last year was so manic with all like the challenges that we faced of getting this place up and running and Amos and everything else, I didn't have enough time to deep dive into why I was getting static back. Turns out, I wasn't the only one who was anticipating that this year might be a potential crash. So what happened that I didn't realize is in 21, everyone went hard on signing games right up until 2024 as a way to offset what could potentially be a very bad 23, which is just some smart business stuff. But it means that when I went to GDC last year, there was no money on the ground. And everyone was kind of looking at everybody else to see who flinched first in terms of like, you know, economical stuff. So it was lovely talking about that, to know that I wasn't shit last year, but I still feel bad for the games that I couldn't help, you know? know, if I... God. I also feel bad for the friend that I texted drunk and was like, let's start an indie publisher. They very politely explained why that was bad. Thankfully, we're still talking. Oh, and Fallen Angel, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Keldra, happy Saturday. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. So to Fallen Angel, we are heading up towards Rom. We're at the foot of Byrgenwerth, and we've kind of opened up the shortcuts. So now we're just heading upstairs to go smack what's-his-face around. Not Willem, the other one. And then Fighter Moon Spider. Chornerus, you've been keeping track of our progress, and I think we've done all of the side missions now, right? Because we've done a Nightmare Realm, we've done Canehurst. No, don't cheer for Rom. Rom's a jerk. He's a bad jerk, and he knows what he did. Also, numbers. The thing is, Drunk Will has actually set me up. Well, I shouldn't really talk about it. Like, here's the thing. Because I'm an individual now in the games industry, not a company, a lot of things feel more personal. And I don't want to take the piss with industry friendos, right? You know, because I'm not representing a project or an idea or a company. I'm representing myself. And quite often that leads to me not, you know, shooting my shot, as wankers would say. So what happens when I'm drunk is I just go, fuck it! And I DM people. And honestly, more good has come from it than bad. I don't recommend that you all take my advice as how to do biz dev in the games industry, but there've been more than a few times where I wouldn't have, you know, shot my shot if I had been icy cold sober. And as you've seen, like here in the Longship, we've been blessed with some really cool sponsorships and some really cool deals and some really early code and some cool stuff. Like it's one of those things that because I've spent so much time by myself the last year, sometimes I still have to go forward. So Fallen Angel, that's been kind of an as and when discussion. Sorry, Fallen Angel was asking if we're still playing with chat, and we're getting into more of the meaty parts, but there was definitely a sad balloon noise after we wrecked the Vicar hard. I mean, it was funny to watch. I've never seen that boss get battered so hard. So, like, here's the thing. I could call on your help and a load of people's help to fight Rom. We can clear Rom like that. But me and Rom have fucking history. And I don't know. Fred says the Vicar. It's not a kindly old man. Oh, you mean fucking... I keep wanting to call him just Ice King. That bastard. Fred, I'm still wearing his crown. Just because I'm still pissed off at him. Weeks later. So yeah, no, Fred. Yeah, the Vicar is a cute dog. I mean, cute's subjective, but... The Vicar is a really interesting fight, and when I brought everybody together, I was like, oh, well, you know, we've all gone through Bloodborne, we all know this. No, Fred, I killed a super werewolf. Basically, one of the church's main people was desperately holding on to their last vestiges of humanity, and when you show up, they finally crack and turn into this giant, like, huge... kind of like the giant shaggy beasts of earlier, but their hair is more kept, more blonde. They kind of look like a big water mess. And it's an interesting fight, it's a complex fight. And we ruffle stomped it because I had friendo help. And then people were like, oh, that was a bit quick. It's kind of looking forward to it. So yeah, so Lena, it's an as and when. I did ask for Fearless's help when we took on Ice King a couple of weeks ago. You know what, Red Burning Dragon, you're right. I've handled Choo Choo Charles. That was a spider and a train. The fuck can Rom do, eh? So yeah. This is the thing, is I've been whinging about ROM since we started this playthrough, and that's the question. Should I have, you know, should I have extra help? Should I be allowed to get away with it? And you're right, Phyllis, it could have been worse. ROM could have been a shark. It can always be worse. There can always be more sharks. Fred's like, you killed the protagonist from Altered Beast? Now who's going to rescue Zeus's daughter? I mean, considering the way Zeus puts it around, matey boy's got spare daughters everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Old goose fucker. Legend says, we keep cheering on ROM until it stops being fun or funny. Alright, y'all can decide. Y'all can decide. And Martin is correct that bullying Dark Souls bosses is always morally correct. Except for when it's not. God, I remember when Dark Souls 1 dropped, I went on so many threads and so many forums trying to see if there's a way that you didn't have to, you know, kill, is it Arturus? I always get the dog's name and the character's name mixed up because my brain is jello from drinking. Sif, thank you. I googled so many times to try and find a way that you didn't have to kill Sif. Sif was a heartbreaker. See, Legend's saying Priscilla did nothing wrong. This is how you understand the world of Will. Like, I feel no guilt for Priscilla. I turned her tail into a weapon. But Sif made me sad. I bore a fucking grudge against the original Dark Souls strategy guide. Because, like, back when Dark Souls dropped, we got it on 360, and it was a time where both, like, me and my partner at the time were working, so we had a lot of disposable cash. So we got Dark Souls 3, we got the nice, gorgeous, hardback-bound guide, and they fucked it up. The two swords that you can create from the Sif soul, like the cursed and the non-cursed one, they got the instructions the wrong way around in the guide, and I'm still mad. I'm still mad. I followed those instructions to the letter, made the wrong sword. Fucking living. Hey, I'm not saying Priscilla is bad. I'm not saying like Priscilla is a bad person or a bad boss. I just shrug. But yeah, Sif was just like the FromSoft team just trying to hurt me, and they succeeded. Go through adventures, build meaningful relationships, meet beautiful people, then kill them and turn them into weapons. I see you've played Dark Souls before. God, I killed so many people in my first Dark Souls run. Mostly out of frustration. Mostly out of frustration. The guy at the OG bonfire, who's all like, depressy spaghetti, he put me in a permanent death loop on my very first character. Before I really understood Dark Souls as a whole. Because I was playing as the thief, and I accidentally stabbed him a couple of times after activating the bonfire. So I would spawn, he'd kill me. I'd spawn, he'd kill me. So I got mad, restarted it. And then, once I was strong enough, I just kicked the shit out of that guy. And then when I got frustrated because I didn't know where to go, I killed the dude with the gold armor and like the crenellations hat. So I never had to go through the dream world, but it also meant that the Firekeeper never died. Like, God, I was very bloodthirsty back in the day. Good times, good times. Anyway, speaking of extreme violence, so let's get into Bloodborne. I've got a little bit of souls to spend. We're over in Byrgenwerth. We can start chipping away at ROM. Can I just say, I'm incredibly amazed that the Dark Souls PlayStation, so the Bloodborne PlayStation remake is still up. I genuinely thought they were going to get rid of that. Almost. With Bloodborne being such a big key IP for Sony, I didn't think they'd let that kind of stand. And sorry, Watto and welcome. How feckin' goes it? Welcome back to Bloodborne! Don't know why I'm singing! Doing. Oh no, we do need a little spot of repairs. Oh, and we have the cannon now. Oh, but I'm not beefcake enough to use the cannon, if I remember rightly. And Ray, just Ray. Otto and welcome. Oh no, I am beefcake enough to use the cannon. Love to see it. Love to see it. Woof. Yeah, flame sprayer for spraying the flames. So we did pick up the orb of lightning. Oh, and Ray, thank you kindly for the follow. I should probably introduce myself very quickly. Ray, it's lovely to meet you. I'm Will. I worked in video games for 1,000 years. Now I do this for a living. And I'm a lightning thing! Check out my cannon. Get that bitch a cannon. Bitches love cannons. It's me. I'm bitches. Look at that gun. This is not sensible. Well, and Legend, I do completely understand that. I love Bloodborne with all my heart, but especially the opening hours can be very, very taxing.
Stop that incessant
No.
clicking.
Sorry, feckin' thank you. House Carl hunts this day. Thank you for giving a sub to Ray. Just Ray. You shocked I chose those weapons. Shocked and surprised, eh? Oh, right. Let me spend our blood echoes, because for those of you who've just joined us, we are heading into Byrgenwerth, and we are looking to be fighting Rom. We've got a larger portion of the... God, I have so many words. We have a larger portion of wallpaper. Oh, and there's all my money spent. We have a larger portion of the shortcuts through Byrgenwerth unlocked. But me and Rom have a fucking history. Fucking asshole. So this is going to be, I guess, personal. Oh, and Legend, that's really kind of you to say. Considering we're going to be doing a lot of Rain World in the coming weeks, I might wait until after we're done with Rain World before we get into Elden Ring. But we'll see how everything kind of lines up, you know. I do my best to make it so that I'm not boring you all to tears. We haven't got a password yet, but we can absolutely set one up. Password matching is 2 bells. We're going to go with FROM. Get it? FROM? Or just from? Kestrel, do we play Rain Monsters channel? Only time will tell. And sorry, so Sailing on the Sea of Thieves last night, we nearly stacked it on the Vale. We nearly got sunk hard in the final fight, but we managed to make it. And it was tooth and nail. What was very surprising was that no...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho, good hunter.
What ho, good hunter! Hello and welcome. This turn's finished. Away! Away! How are you doing, Hindle? We're just about to get started on creeping through Byrgenwerth towards Rom, the bastard spider. But yeah, so last night's Sea of Thieves was really good, but we managed to make it out with loot intact and good times, so... You're not wanted here! This turn's finished! Thank you, dear Shadow. Oh. Yeah, Fearless, now you get it. It's F from Software. The whole company is formed around fuck you, Rom. Rom knows what they did. Yay! Well then, Megaboss, I hope everything gets put together and sorted. And Hindle, like, don't feel like you have to rush, friend. We haven't decided whether or not I'm going to be allowed to have people help me with ROM, so this might take most of the day. Numbers is like, ROM may know what they did, but do they feel guilty or even care? So, ROM is simultaneously the smartest and dumbest creature. Like, canonically. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, as I remember it, ROM is an ascended being that helps keep the baby old one in check. So basically, there's a baby old one in the moon. You know, standard stuff, numbers, standard stuff. But ROM keeps them in check. ROM is the moon spider. And as we'll go out and fight them, it's on this huge, like, you're almost running across this mirror-smooth lake as it reflects the moon in the sky. When we kill ROM, the moon cracks open, things get gnarly, and that's when we start the second phase of Bloodborne, the nightmare phase. Okay, thank you, Hindle. So ROM is a man-made old one. So they simultaneously have the insight and intellect of the old ones while being dumb as bricks. What's the quote? It's something along the lines of whether they know or do not know, they'll never reveal. Oh shit. I'm definitely going to need another coffee before we get started. Alright, I tell you what, friends. So, please bear with me 2 seconds. I'm just going to throw another cake up in, because I am failing to remember stuff. Yeah, Hindle! Thank you! ROM is like knowing everything, but without context. A creature that, you know, was made by the Byrgenwerth scholars. Feels like, I'd also like to discuss the eyeballs! There's so many eyeballs. I got my feckin' insight up to 60, so we'll keep going with that. Yeah, the only thing that you've missed, friends, from off-stream is I've been chipping away at the Chalice Dungeons, and because we're playing the early Chalice Dungeons so late, I get the 2 insight from seeing the bosses, and then crush them, and then just keep going. So that's how I've managed to get quite so much insight. And there isn't anything really to be buying on the insight phase. Should probably get the short route Chalice Dungeon, but that's for later. But yeah. So Ray was like, "Don't dumb shame Rom. I'm also dumb." Ray, are you also keeping a gigantic eldritch being from being birthed by hanging out in a lake? Oh god. So Fearless, I didn't actually know that the bug people were created. I assumed they were what happened to the scholars of Byrgenwerth. Alright. I'm gonna make a coffee. So friends, if you need to get a cup of tea, a snack, now's the time. And then we're gonna hit Byrgenwerth. So please don't go anywhere. I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, enjoy this pretty and not at all sinister garden. back in just a sec. So we discussed earlier. We discussed earlier that Sometimes, drunk Will, that is me when drunk in the evenings, makes choices and decisions that can, in fact, benefit me in the long run. That's fine. That's fine. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Drunk Will shouldn't be allowed outside. It's not for you. Guess who bought a multi-pack of Monster Munch offline? Apparently, Drunk Will's just having a fucking snack attack at the moment. So yes, I am going to power this run with a tiny packet of flaming hot Monster Munch. Let's fucking go. Oh no, it's fine, Ray. I'll just I'll pop a couple of Monster Munch over. Oh, so okay. So numbers. To my knowledge, Drunk Will has not bought any more Tepics. To my knowledge. I also didn't know I'd bought these until they fucking arrived. Smells like victory. I got a multi-flavor pack, so I have some flaming hot, some pickled onion. Gosh, it's been too long. And some beefy disappointment. Okay. Enough faffing. Lost Flowers. My birthday is August 19th. My last birthday sucked because I got given the gift of the bad lurg, and I couldn't go out. I couldn't do anything. Couldn't drink. Sucked. I was basically quarantined in here, sleeping on the floor.
Mom, 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 mom.
It's nice to know there's a lot of ROM support in this house. Compliment Cap, thank you for the bits. Ah, to Jesse Phoenix, I say, what? Oh, and welcome. Hello, hello. It's the battle for ROM. And I have to remember that the crying baby is intentional. I noticed we've got a lot of ROM stands. Oberdan, whoa and welcome. Okay. So jumping back. So Fearless was saying, yeah. So I remember the church doctors with the lanterns covered in eyes, but I didn't know that these things. I always assumed these bugs were like man. Well, these were the scholars of Byrgenwerth, you know. Like this was what happened to them.
Well, I have this lying around, and I'm here, so.
Oh, hey, Uberdan, it all helps. I guess at very least for like Ray and people who have just found us, like. I am entirely supported by bits, donations, and subs. So, anything and everything is fucking welcome, friends. Cheers to you. God, I forget these things are fucking hideous. Numbers, I don't know what I'm going to do for my birthday this year. Honestly, I think it's just I'm going to want to see as many people. Like, I was real happy that everybody came out for the one we had at the dog bar, but, you know, Amos can't go to the dog bar at the moment because of allergies and whatnot, so I don't know what this year's going to look like. That thing's fucking heinous. It's a weird-ass magical flower. Now, I can't remember if the scholars respawn around here, but I can definitely kick their ass. So numbers, I'll be able to give you a heads up when we're about to start the ROM fight. We've got a little bit of time. Oh, sorry. And Ray, please don't think that I was fishing for bits or donations there. Like, you know, you do you, friendo. You do you. Oh, I can summon Henrik as well if I want to get into a proper scrap. We've got Henrik we can summon. We've got Damian of Mensis. And a crying baby. Oh, and Aiden, it would be lovely to sink a pint with you. Luminarium key. That baby cry is still going to keep throwing me off, though. And I think that keeps going until the moon cracks open, right? Beware of blobby thing. Oh. Excuse me, you appear to be fucking gnarly. Yeah, Mr. Blobby that! Oh no! Jordan's like, so I got bad news, Will. The baby doesn't stop crying. Oh, good. Empty phantasm shell. Alright, what do we need to do here? To just come pick up the phantasm shell. Oh, Aiden, please, if you want to ask a GDC question, go for it. Like, at the moment, I'm still working out the if, how, and when of GDC for myself. Oh, Jesse says they've been to this area of the playthrough and totally missed that shell. Yo, well, how are we doing for umbilical pieces? Because we've got... Well, we've only got one at the moment. Okay. Summon wrathful spirits. Gotta love it. Ah, the old hunter bone. Although later on we get an ability that does that, but without the special cost. So numbers, I don't know how well it comes across, but at least for me, on the edge of hearing there's a sound like a little crying baby. And that's part of the insight mechanic. Sorry if all of you know this, I'm just, in case anybody's not familiar with it. So, over here, we've got two stats, we've got two resources, Blood Echoes and Insight. When you initially start Bloodborne, they kind of feel like throwaway meme versions of like humanity and souls, or effigies and, well, souls. As it turns out, these two stats are not only the most important mechanically, but also the most important thematically. Insight isn't just a thing that you spend to summon people into your world or to get extra goodies or what have you. It is literally how much you see the truth of the world. The more insight you acquire, the closer you come to seeing, you know, the great truth, and the harder the game becomes. There's one boss where if you're not insightful enough, if you're plank stupid, they can't hurt you because the demons and creatures that they summon can only be perceived by those who are, you know, who have at least one bit of insight. Similarly, there are some creatures that can interact with you that you cannot see if you don't have insight, and those are horrifying, let me tell you. And the thing is, those two stats come very much into play thematically. The whole story of Bloodborne is about the old ones and the people who studied them one team wanted to harvest the old blood to become as gods, and one team wanted to see the universe as the old gods do. They wanted the insight into the truth of the universe. Oh yeah, numbers, you can play it without insight at all. You just have to spend it all, but... yeah, you could basically himbo your way through Bloodborne. So jumping back in, so Aiden says they did the math, but it turns out the indie hostel is a bit more expensive than the hostel I have. Well, where is the hostel you have? Like, tell me it's not smack dab in the middle of the Tenderloin. For things to do on Monday and Tuesday, that's where you'll need to start doing research into your specific tract. There are, like, programmer meets, there are artist meets, there are events, and there are a whole bunch. Aw. Hey, Wet Paint Gaming, it's a fucking compliment that you're actually going out of your way to watch the VODs, and I hope you know that. Even though I told them to take a break, Scotty has still been doing uploads and things. Also, I have forgotten, which makes me a completely useless potato. But like, yo, all the lovely things you're saying about the VODs, like, you know, there are peeps putting a lot of work into making that happen. So, like, thank you. Aw, Megaboss, that's lovely. Just sorry, Megaboss was saying that the Sea of Thieves VODs are a treasure. Sea of Thieves on a Friday night's a fucking
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
Johnny!
All systems nominal.
Watto and welcome, friend.
What ho, Viking born. It's another month and another dose of Will Amos for me.
How are you doing, friend? That is bloody hell, 47 months. Ah. God, I almost went to go save it. So it's between Uni and the Tenderloin. Okay, that's not too bad. Because the rule with accommodation is like the Tenderloin is a pretty risky area for out-of-towners if you don't know San Francisco. Oh, and Ray, welcome. What up? Yeah, Uber Dan, I just went to try and quick save. The other thing is Soma is also a lot sketch. Number says, is it really himboing, or is it just choosing ignorance is bliss? Can you actively choose to himbo? Can you choose the way of the himbo? It's an interesting question. That's a really interesting thematic question. Like, if you choose to get rid of all your insight, knowing what you know... Dan Olsen's done a really good video about this, about, like, how Bloodborne's best ending is also its saddest. That the happiest ending in Bloodborne is essentially choosing to wake up and forget everything. Like, when you think about it, from a character's perspective, that is choosing to reject the horrors that you are seeing. Like, nope, I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know why it's here. I'm just gonna do my job. I'm gonna kill this thing, and then we'll never speak of it again. Well, so Aiden... when you say an extra $100, are you talking extra $100 a night or an extra $100 overall? You will meet people at the indie hostel, and it is kind of nice. But then again, there's also the varying hotels and things like that. There are places to go and people to meet, and you certainly won't be short of friendos. Yeah, Uberdan, just follow Gurman's advice, go out there, kill a few beasts, you'll be fine. He just gave me 2 more insight. Just by being in his presence. Now, I can't remember. Were we supposed to stab this guy? Yeah, you'll notice he's pointing to the dais over there. You crinkly old bastard. What's the... Is this Willem again? I forget. Oh yes, Fearless. Yeah, note how he's wearing a mask. He has a crap load of eyeballs underneath that, let me tell you. So many eyes. So many eyes. You can see a little bit of the squiggly sticking out from his back. Okay, yeah, so this is Master Willem, who was the Master of Byrgenwerth. Who, considering how long ago this all happened, he should be extremely dead, but he succeeded in attaining at least a level of insight. Uberdans, do you have the monocle? The monocule. I do. What are you thinking? Just check out his face. Yeah, he's not looking so hot there, buddy. Very, very soft and squidgy there. I mean, there's some Uzumaki type shit going on. No, so, yeah, no, the detail in this mask is fascinating, but, like, Uberdan, if you want to go into the details of it, like, for those of you who have just joined us, this isn't a first-time run-through of Bloodborne. I've been lucky enough to play through this before. This is a celebration. This is a deconstruction. Aiden was saying, so I'm assuming for GDC I should put my job title as I want, as I'm currently not representing a company. I put... what I would recommend is your discipline and then as company name like independent. But if any of the other game dev crew are in, I'd take some recommendations from them because I've not done it as a programmer. Anyway. Alright, Master Willem, it's time to rest in peace, buddy. Time to leave this mortal coil. And the rune he drops is the eye rune. So for those of you that do not like spiders, we're about to start our first attempt at ROM. ROM is many spiders. So to Numbers and those of you I know who have arachnophobia, like, it's been lovely chatting and hanging out. If you want, we can sound the all clear in the Discord once ROM's dead, but that might take a while. Oh, and Aiden was saying for GDC they've gotten a few recommendations from other devs to do the same thing. Okay. Numbers is like, fuck it, I'm staying. Alright. Okay, friends. Here comes that spider that I know is fucking stopping me from killing all the world. Why have I got Beauty and the fucking Beast in my head? Oh, because the hunters are the old Blood and the Beast. Someone's done a Beauty and the Beast Bloodborne mashup already, right? Someone's got to have done it. Take a step forward. Come here, you big bastard! As everyone was saying, when fighting Rom, one does get one's steps in. Ow! Fucking spiders! Fucking spiders! Fucking hate spiders! Alright, fine. Lightning time! Here comes the spider. That is fucking haunting! You guys are bad and mean! Of course, as soon as I use that, as soon as I use it. Hang on, I don't need the cable, it's charged. Fucking wrong, fucking piece of shit bastard, fucking spider bastard. Wait, I thought the faces were the bit that you had to only hit. Crystallion's like, I don't know when I joined in, but hard. Nope. Many spiders. It's many spiders. If I want to, I can spend some insight and bring in some extra help. But here's the thing. Me and Rom have a long fucking history. Do not like this bastard. Okay, soft belly bone mast. Alright. Oh, Clank got back from Fancy Museum, huh? Oh yeah, this is definitely one of those ones where it's easier the very first time. So I've just lost my my advantage. Alright, where you going, mate? Where you going? You little wankers can fuck off and all. Welcome to the land of many spiders! Ah! I forgot Rom does that. You big dumb beast! Fucking wanker. Here goes the bastard that I know I'm stabbing. No 3 cheers for Rom! Should have known. I should have known. You would support what is basically if you made a squishmallow out of fear and hate. No, little bastards. Not having this. Where are my snacks? Beef! Power of Monster Munch compels me! I was, and I forgot about the roly-poly ice move. We got this. We got this. It's fine. I forget what Willem's rune does. Like, I don't know if we need to go back and inscribe eyes on the inside of our head. Dun dun dun. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up. Alright, Rum, you snoozy boy. And away we go! Welcome, one and all, to the Rum Olympics. Here we have the 1,000 gajillion meter. Aha! Thank you, Rom. I know where you sleep, Rom! Of course he's over here. Of course he is. Baby spiders suck, Rom. You're a bad parent. Why did I think that was your booty? Oh, there you are. I hesitated, and I decided to use a little bit of health, just a little bit of health, because I'd taken a scratch. Rom's like, have you tried looking up? As multiple, like, crystalline chunks of magic hit me in the face. Ow. Fred, why are you like this? Damage isn't my problem. You all seen, I hit Rom a few times and Rom feels it. Like, right in the cheap seats. My problem, he's not dying. Wake your bulbous self up, Rom. I've got shit to do. And that shit is me kicking your ass! Oh, fuck you, baby spiders! It's gonna be a day. And Ray, it was lovely to meet you. To be continued, alright? Wave after wave of my own face. Sorry, Uber Dad was like, oh fuck you, baby spiders. It's something I say far too often, in both life and games. Okay. By the power of Monster Munch and dark coffee, Rom shall die this day. My friends, I'm not saying this to be a stubborn jerk. I think I need to do this. Like, without help. Little shits! got enough drugs to get through it. I guess. Apparently the baby spiders heard me talking shit. You know what? Fuck it. It's playtime! And if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die using the big fun toys. No. No! That's... Dodge and weave, dodge and weave. Weave. What up, Rom? Here comes party time. Oh, fuck you, Rom. We're not friends, Rom! Here comes Santa Rom. Here comes Santa Rom. Being a fucking big dick! So many spiders! There we go. Fuck! Spiders! I gotta do this. I gotta do this.
Big Bunny's energy, but in all the wrong ways.
I mean, Keldra, thank you for the bits. I never want to look at Rom and think big dick energy, and yet you put that in my brain. The old tongue has power. Why would you do this? Mega Boss, who is the tank in this scenario? Is it me? Because I feel like I'm the one getting tanked here. This is not a fair fight. Okay. Okay. Woosa. Woosa.
Was this supposed to be a fair fight? Because if so, you should probably tell the developers.
Dear From Software, I can't help but fucking notice that From's a piece of shit. And this is an entirely unfair fight. Why do you hate me? Signed, Will. P.S. What is with this fucking guy? Alright, could have been better, could have been worse. Rom, where you at? Rom, where you at? There you at! Fine, fine! So much blood. Ah, you thought I zigged when I zagged! Oh, you did not just! Where are you, you great big bastard? Kestrel, I might need to borrow your typewriter. Dear From Software, it's been many years, and yet still you hurt me. What have I done to offend you? Was it that time I pooed in the pool at E3 during your big announcement? I've already apologised to that. Also, I can't go back to the W. Please let me know. Yours sincerely, Will. I have not actually pooed in a pool at E3. Actually, one of the things that surprised me year on year out, I've never, well, back when the Fig was cool, I never ended up in the pool. The Figuretto was is an interesting hotel, but it used to be a bit more interesting and a bit more grungy. It's a hotel in LA that's within walking distance of the convention center, and it used to be where all the mid-tier peeps would get put. So like content creators, community managers, that sort. The ones that weren't with a big company or a big chain. Too expensive for the weird indies, too grungy for the big business. And it became this strange little oasis for those people that were in the industry, but were also a lot weird. Which I feel that I fit into quite well. Made a lot of friends. That's actually where I... Oh no, it was at Res 1 year, but I got... You aren't who I was trying to kill. Doing good. Considering Rom can one-shot me if they wanna. You know what? Let's get spicy. Let's get spicy! Taste of my blade! Yeah, I'm gonna need you to fucking not me. Oh, there's an opening. There's an opening! Get fucked, Rom! Oh, I see. We're just resorting to cheap bollocks now. Fuck you, Rom! Look how much health he had! Because I thought I had it, numbers. I thought I had it. Sword was covered in lightning. Rom had a gnat's tit of health left. I'd agree with you, Keltra, if it wasn't for the... Oh, fuck off, mate. If it wasn't for the other spiders. Everything is spiders! Alright. What if... Cannon. Alright. When you thought I was gonna zerg! Fuck you and your stone face. Launch the peppermint torpedoes! Peppermint Torpedo sounds like the best, worst strip joint I've ever been to. Roll. No! Change weapon! fucking kill this fucking spider. Dear From Software, the actual duck nuggetry fucker is happening! What have we learnt? More lightning, more cannons. Better flavors. Better sauces. Better ingredients. Also, Ultra, thank you for the bits. But yeah, there is actually a reason why Rom is covered in eyes as well. That's what's so fucking fascinating about this game. Is that to look at Bloodborne from just a cursory glance, it seems like, sure, everything has an aesthetic, but it's all just like weird horror on top of weird horror. Like, you know, what if we put more nonsense in our, you know, Victorian-esque style game? But, like, they made Rom. They made Rom for a very specific purpose. And as Byrgenwerth was all about, you know, the insight into the old ones, and some of the heinous shit they got up to in the process, like... You know what? It was the final spider that bodied me. I thought that was just rude. Fred, like, Why are you like this, Fred? Why are you like this? I'll Jem'Hadar you, Fred! Yeah, since when does ROM come on DS9? Jim Jam Yahar. The S in DS9 stands for spider. Jem'Hadar these nuts! I don't know why that's so funny! Here comes Spidey Claws. Here comes Spidey Claws. Alright. Listen, Dingleberries. Much as it kills me not to use big sword. Sacrifice a few hundred in hits, but... No! Oh! I will fucking kill you and your children, you piece of shit spider! Fuck! No. Dear From Software, the fuck is your problem with me? Signed, that one vein in Will's forehead that's just popping. It wasn't green, Martin! We nearly had it! We nearly fucking had it! Can't poison him. Bolt's about the only thing that does anything. Oh, shut up, you crying baby. What you got to cry about? Nothing. You're a baby. You're fine, mate. Yes. Dear Will Overguard, we here at From Software have heard your pleas and your cries, to which we simply say get good. Have you tried getting good, or getting good-er? Yours sincerely, go fuck yourself. It was so close. It was so close. I just needed to scratch him. I just needed him to stub his fucking spidery toe. Fred, we all know that none of them could stop the spider, and there'd be little to no help in this one. Yeah, it really is. The more damage I can do to Rom here, the better off I am. Alright, not great, but I'll take it. You know what? Spiders not having toes is probably why I didn't get that last, like... I went for the infamous toe stab. Oh, so now suddenly you're a fucking Olympic sprinter. Your family's ugly, Rom! Your family's ugly! Here comes Santa, Rom. Here comes Santa, Rom. And in Byrgenwerth every year, the magical Christmas spider comes down from the fucking sky to shit up my day! Of me, personally! It's weird, there's a whole holiday just called Fuck Will, I guess. Yes! Get fucked, you piece of horse garbage shit knocker! Happy get fuckedmas! Whew! Oh, that feels good. Ah, lap it up crying, baby. Whew. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Merry get fecked will yes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a fuck Will Day, January 7th. Dark Dreaming. God, I feel glorious. Oh, I feel glorious. If any of the mod team are around, would you mind letting people know on the Discord that we are through the Spidery? So now we're going to like progress the story proper. Yeah, now it's time to see the Lady of the Lake. So that, by my understanding, is the remnant or shadow or ghost of Lady Yharnam, who has been... This is where it gets a bit hazy. To my understanding, Lady Yharnam was either made to or tried to give birth to an old one and failed. But the thing that failed was still a danger, so Rom kept it in check, and now Rom's down. Now the thing that Lady Yharnam was either responsible for or trying to make happen happens. So that's when the big heinous thing pops on out of the moon. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be gory. The symbolism is intended. Chandra says, this is a blink and you'll miss it view of the super hidden boss at the bottom of the Chalice dungeon. Oh, yeah. Which I believe if you beat her, you can bring back the vampire lady. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chaunerus. Like, we don't fight her here, but we've disabled the thing that was stopping her creation from coming into being, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong before we step forward. Okay, no, Vampire Lady Resurrection is something else. Okay. That's Ebrecheese, not Yharnam. Thank you! But I do get a ring. Love it. And she'll still turn me down if I offer her the wedding ring. The sky and the cosmos are one. I have to positively rank every message I read because the little guys are all happy when you do it. Otherwise they get very sad. Okay, so Lost Flowers is saying, so they stole her child to offer it to the old ones because all the old ones lose their childs and yearn for a surrogate. Yes! Despite the fact that the old ones are also in contention with one another. Ah, well, Aiden, feckin' congrats. Now things are gonna get even more weird! Moon baby! Yeah, Kestrel, we'll play a round of 1, 2, 3, not it. 1, 2, 3, not it. Ritual secret broken. Seek the nightmare newborn. Hey up, Squiggly! Alright, where to next? Oh, wrong button. Oh, Chandra was saying, killing Yharnam Numerian Queen lets you purchase the ritual 4 blood from the store as achievement by way of platinum. No other reward. Okay. Number says that's it, there's no dialogue, just moon and crying. Well, this is where, like, I talk a lot about the economy of art with Bloodborne. Like, the implication is we now have to find, like, the fucking nightmare. Which I believe is just an iceberg dead ahead, right? Past the big squiggly. Yeah. It's gonna get nasty. The corpses of those that died before. Alright, here we go. Yargul, the unseen village. Skies, Fugly! Do. It gets even worse now. More tentacled creatures. Chora says, right, don't stop. The cursed bell ringing keeps refreshing the enemies. You assume I don't want to keep crushing these peeps. I'm having a... This might be hell, but I'm having a hell of a time. After Rom, I'm fucking giddy. We could go anywhere and I'd have a good time. We could go to fucking car auto parts. We could go to bloody Blackpool and I'd have a great time. Rom is dead. Ding dong, the spider is fuckoed. Well, I want to go spend what we've got blood echoes wise, but yeah. Now, Red Burning Dragon says they thought that Queen Yharnam gave birth to a formless old one, which is why we hear crying all the time, because it was formless and powerful. So when does the thing pop out the moon? As I've told you, friends, like, it's been a long time since I played through this, and since then, through sleep deprivation, 2020 survival, and a severe drinking habit, like, my memory is sharp. So, it's also one of the reasons why it's fun to revisit these titles, you know?
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
Also, we'll probably be able to take on the DLC
Very well.
at
Let
some
me
point soon.
stand.
Okay, so the moon presence is near the very end. Alright.
Farewell, good hunter.
Okay, so I'm thinking of the one Reborn, which is something separate. Okay. Hey, like I said, this is why I love having these chats and these hangouts, because there's so much to this. So much I forget. Okay, so Dark Dreamy, we are going to be aiming to do the one Reborn, because it's a great fight, and it's not really a Bloodborne run if we don't, you know what I mean?
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it? Very well, let me...
Let's get beef! Was it we were trying to raise Arcane up to... was it 14? Moon Presence is a secret final boss, being both gangly monsters associated with the moon. Okay. Yeah, that's my current level. And Favor 6, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. It's okay, Amos. Numbers, I don't know if there's a ceiling limit to how high you can level your character, but there's kind of like a soft and then hard cap on stats. So there's a certain point at which putting points into it gets like diminishing returns. And then... yeah, when you hit... oh yes, Chaunas, yeah, it's 99 is the hard cap on that one. And Crux, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it, friend?
Farewell, good hunter.
Okie dokie. Probably need to repair the weapon after the amount of times I threw myself at Crom. Crom? A Rom. Darn it! What can I say? I like the cannon. It gets shit done. So, Red Bunny Dragon says, Moon Presence, my understanding, is an old one that has others hunt old ones for it. But, I mean, isn't that who we're working for? Like, the one that keeps the dream together. That's why... that's the final in here, right? Okay. Well, so, Aiden, I will say this. The weed available in Seattle and California is incredibly potent. It's not like the shite stuff in the UK. As an experienced drinker, obviously never anyone who's consumed illegal substances, nor would I condone them on twitch.television. But the first time I was in Seattle and someone was like, hey, do you want some weed? And I was like, oh shit, it's legal. I can have some. Obviously, having never experienced, the Devil's Lettuce before, I had a whole bunch. And despite my theoretical knowledge on the subject, it kicked my ass. And I magic doored so hard. And trust me, you do not want a magic door in San Francisco. Like, Seattle is relatively safe, but there are a lot more very dangerous areas in San Francisco. Well, Aiden, I have passed on my warning. I am advising you very much against it. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. Yeah, Dark Dreamy, Tenderloin, and like Soma and stuff. Now, I'm not putting opus to the people in those areas. Like, those people were already in a bad way before the plague. Like, Wow, Eagle Lives, just gonna roll that one in. Now, obviously, friends, I've never imbued the Devil's Lettuce in the UK because that would be illegal. But if I had, it would be of such low-cut quality that the amount that one would usually or habitually ingest would be a lot more than what one would have to in, say, like Seattle or California. Sorry, Washington and California. Because it's legal out here, so the potency and the varying strains have a lot more oomph behind them. So, that was something that very much caught me off guard. Well, so Favour 6, it's more like if you've only ever had Foster's, and then you go into a pub and you order a beer, and they give you like an 8% IPA. Like, yes, it is still beer, but it is going to kick your ass. I mean, shit, it's one of the things that I found was so funny when I first moved out here, is when I was down in Georgetown, I kept getting shit-faced when I went out. I couldn't work out what was happening. It's because I got on these a local beer called a Bodhisattva, which was like 7.5%. Didn't taste like it was 7.5%, and no one mentioned anything. So I was just like having pint after pint of this and being like, "Wow, I keep going out and I keep getting fucking trolleyed. What's up with that?" Yul was saying that 80 is around about the time we want to go to the Hunters, the DLC, right? The Hunter's Dream. So we want where's the frontier? Inside Lake. Graveyard of the Dark Beast. Oh yeah, no, we slayed that one. Where the bloody hell am I going? Hammock Lane, Byrgenwerth, Moonside Lake. Oh, Yargul Unseen Village. Woo! Onward! But theoretically, and again, I've never done this, so I wouldn't know. Theoretically, a lot of people in the UK, when smoking the Devil's Lettuce, will also drink at the same time because neither are of very, very strong potency, and if you do that over here, you're going to get so faded, and we'll probably see the space between worlds. Ooh, okay, so Favour 6 is on Audible Credit Day, and is torn between 40k and more full cast Discworld. Alright, what Discworld, what 40k? Oh, what a mess. Woo! Shoot at me while I'm looking at lore. Numbers, thank you kindly. Ah, the Cosmos! It's a fine note. This particular headgear is from a specific sect of Byrgenwerth scholars. Okay, does anyone remember why they wear the head cages? I think it's to stop the bugs from pulling the insight out of their face, but that might just be me extrapolating. Yeah, I know it's the Mensis, but I'm trying to remember why. Is it to stop, like, the theft of knowledge? Head Cage to cosplay Nick Cage in the Burning Man. Ah, yes, they are all Nick Cage fanatics. Numbers, I couldn't possibly comment. Because one should not admit to doing crimes on twitch.television, as that would be against the terms and conditions. So I can only speak about things on an academic level. Now, when it comes to getting fucking destroyed in Georgetown, that's facts, baby. And getting accidentally whoops faded, like, and going through the magic door was funny. It's a funny story, but the bell curve of danger of doing that in San Francisco is much higher than doing it here in Seattle. And again, I'm talking about the bell curve of danger for someone who is a visibly straight white male. Like, I don't want to think about if you're not playing it on easy mode. Ah, and Ray, welcome back. Well timed. I forget, do I want to be in that portal? Did I just miss out? Hello there! Nope, just dead. Just dead. Oh, okay, so Compliment Cap is saying that according to the item description, the cage is a device that restrains the will of the self, allowing one to see the profane world for what it is. It also serves as an antenna that facilitates the contract with the great ones of the dream. Okay. Hey, like I said, this is one of the reasons why I feckin' love this game. There's so much to it. Oh, you watch that. This town's cursed. So I actually have to wait for that thing to finish doing its feckin' runs. Or we can just go the other way, that's also good. Oh, Chonrus is saying from here on in, the Mitigala are purely hostile. Apparently they really liked Rom. You know what? I never stopped to think about that. Because, like, I got killed so many times in the early game by those bastards. Ow! Bad Grandad! Shoot me in the side of the face. What is this town? What is this town? It's finished. Aiden says, what is the magic door you speak of? Okay, for those of you that aren't drinkers or imbuers of the devil's lettuce, this can be achieved with either, and it is not a desirable state. The magic door is a situation... Oh, this is the shadows of tentacles over the moon. Standard Bloodborne stuff. So the magic door is when you drink, or when you drink and, you know, smoke a whole bunch or eat edibles or what have you. Usually in a warm, indoor environment. And when when you go up to leave that establishment, especially if the outside is very cold, you open the door to leave the establishment. The change in air causes your blood to go... Oh, yeah, they come back, don't they? Sorry. Oh, and they don't drop more for repeated kills. Okay. The change in temperature and getting a lung full of cold air results in your bloodstream spinning up, and suddenly all the effects hit you at once, creating this sensation of basically you open a door and then hit a level of blackout drunk. So you just wake up somewhere. Oh. Nightbreed, you know what? I'd heard the term before, but... and Ray, it can be scary, but usually if you've been drinking that heavily, you're probably not aware that it's going on. I'm just bullying Grandad right now. He knows what he did. The best way I could describe it is that because you're usually very shit-faced when it happens, you're not wholeheartedly aware, but it kind of feels like going through one of those Resident Evil loading screens. It's the best way I can describe it. Okay. Well, okay, so Clank, how much socialization have you had this week?
Stuck working this weekend.
No!
Tired and cranky. Need burger.
Everybody needs Berg. Everybody needs Berg. Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. There's always time for Berg. But that's my secret cap. I always want burgers. That's the problem about being in the US is that your access to delicious, tasty burgers, and the fact that we've been watching a lot of Bob's Burgers in the evenings to fall asleep, it's kind of got me a bit of a burger loop. So yeah, so Clank, like, how much socialization have you done this week? Let's give us the full picture, because there's nothing wrong with going goblin mode. There's nothing wrong with hermiting, but a couple of days ago, met a gentleman while I was walking the dog, and I ended up like basically explaining my fucking life story to him because he asked about Amos. Nah, piss. Amos, I'm not complaining about burgers. If I had a complaint, it'd be that there's so many bloody good ones. The problem isn't the burgers. The problem is my proximity and how easy it is to acquire a crap load of good ones. Yeah, like a Dick's Burger and the milkshake. Let me get the milkshake for myself. The Tavern Burgers down in Georgetown. Oh, I got to try Burger Master recently. And it's that whole thing of even the bad burgers in the US are so good. See, now I'm thinking about burgers, I'm getting my arse kicked. This town's finished. Oh, feckin' Katsu Burger. Oh, I haven't had one of those in ages. Edwin says, we're talking about American burgers. The worst of all crimes is In-N-Out. Not had the chance to try an In-N-Out burger. Super Duper Burger in San Francisco is fucking amazing. Is it In-N-Out that's the one that's like big in Cali and places like that, right? Oh no! Duke McSax, I'm sorry, you were lurking and now we've inflicted burger cravings on. Clank has yet to gobble dicks. Okay, for those wondering, there's a burger chain franchise in Seattle called Dick's Hamburgers. And so it is a perfectly acceptable thing to suggest that you and your friends go and gobble a bag of dicks in Capitol Hill Park. But the thing is, I personally think the Dick's Burgers are fucking good. I really like it. Edwin says that In-N-Out's a cultural institution of Los Angeles and it's fine. Yo, we couldn't get In-N-Out Burger because the lines, even outside of the city in like a feckin' like drive-through oasis, were too stacked. Five Guys is good. Like, comparable to what a British pub burger is, Five Guys is fucking gourmet. I did that to me. see, I think I've just got to peg it past them. God, I'm trying to think of some others. Like, there are some places in the UK where, like, some of the kebab shops would do a really good burger because they fry it in whatever, you know, madness oil they use for the kebabs and stuff, and it's really good. Okay, Shaunerus, I hope we helped get your sleep pattern together. Like, thank you for your help. It's been a really good day. Dark Dreamy says the Habit Burger joint, that they get an ahi tuna burger. Oh, fuck yeah. See, Ray, that's one of the reasons why if people come to Seattle, it's great to take them out for dicks. Because the amount of jokes that you can get out of, like, one serving is brilliant. You know, it's not a trip to Seattle unless you're thumbing dicks into your gob, like. Now, Edwin, I do agree that Five Guys' liberal application of fries should be the standard. Edwin says that Five Guys in Australia is disappointingly normal. Yeah. The Oceanics get kind of like a baseline bland. You know, you get Wendy's and BK and stuff like that, but they're just there, you know. All right. Run. I'll fucking kill you all. Ow. Ow. Alright, fuckers. Big sword time, let's go! It's because I beat Rom. It's because I beat Rom, and now I'm getting cocky. Numbers, that was a good quote. It was something along the lines of, you know it's been a good night out when you can't remember how many dicks you've had. I think that was it. Clank says they haven't had a Burger King in a very long time. It's like how they stay in business. I mean, there's still a very, very affordable choice, and a lot of regions that's all you really have access to. But, like, the fuck do I know about the restaurant business, right? But see, Edwin, you've got meat pies.
Yeah, you said let's go, and you did. Right back to the beginning, and what hope.
Let's go, fuckers! Big sword time! Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that? This town's what? Oh. Oh, you were fucking touching my sword, you know it. So, Edwin, one of the conversations we were having last night in Gig was just talking about how you can't understand how good, like, the Australia meat pies are until you've had them. And unfortunately, there isn't a good place that does them, at least not in the Seattle region. One friend was saying that there are some places in, like, LA that will do, like, a proper, authentic, you know, Australia meat pie. But for the rest, it's not good. It's not good. Oh, a blood-damp gem, thank you kindly. Oh god. So Edwin, I don't know what cities would have access to good Malaysian food. Like, there must be some. God. I really, really, really want to do a map of the US but it's kind of like the Pokemon regions and what kinds of foods are available. So in Seattle, we have incredible teriyaki, we have incredible pho and Vietnamese food. I'm trying to think what else is really fucking good in this area. I'm blanking on so much. A lot of Hawaiian food fusion stuff. Like, it's real good. Ray's recommending try Burek. It's a Balkan type of meat pie. That sounds fascinating. Dark Dreamer says that the San Francisco Bay has good Malaysian food. If I can throw fire at the big squiggly monsters. Oh, got ourselves a side entrance. Sorry, this is me getting distracted. I think those people are having a bad time. Doesn't open from this side. Alright, round we go. No, I will say, like, one of the tricks for doing like a really successful GDC trip is research good places to get food like ahead of time, because San Fran has a lot of places, but knowing them is important. Oh look, it's Big Batty! What's up, Batty? What? Barry, you're full of shit. Say wet Barry. Alright. So I need to get through there so I can... Don't you dare look at me! Alright, so this is not the way through to go and murder that lot. Where's the bloody door? Oh, there he is. God damn it, Wet Barry. And Wet Grandad! This is even worse. No one likes you, Wet Grandad. Alright. This turn's finished! You are very brave, sir. Let me show you how it's done. Nightbreeze says, is this the Nightmare of Mensis or what? This is, Yargul, the Hidden Village? Which sounds like a colloquial Yes Queen, but that's another story. Yargul. No one else? Just me? Okay, cool. That and talking about burgers. Fred was saying, so most of West Coast Canada and the US is a good mix of cuisine from all over Asia. Yeah. And... God. I mean, it's wonderful to be spoiled with so much good food, you know? Edwin says they want to try the abomination that is Chicago deep dish one day. It will be. Honestly, I've come to look upon anybody that has, like, pizza elitism as to being basically nerdy, uncultured. Here's a funny story. So, back when I was staying with Ket, someone who I would end up becoming very good friends with, it was their birthday. And they invited a bunch of people out for their birthday. And I went, fuck yeah, I'll be there. But what I didn't think was that they said, it is my birthday tomorrow. And I saw that invite at like 2 o'clock in the morning. So I did the math wrong. So me and Ket show up at this place in Seattle that apparently is very, very well known for their deep dish pizzas, and we can't find anybody. But I didn't know that person well enough at the time to DM them and be like, yo, where's the birthday party at? So we ordered a pizza, got some bevies, and waited. And by the old gods and the new, it was incredible. You know, and up until that point, I'd been one of those you know, those wankers who was like, oh, deep dish pizza? Don't you mean a casserole? Like, at this point in life, so long as the pizza isn't actively killing you in some way, shape, or form, go for it. But yeah, I've come to look at pizza banality as one of the lowest forms of pizza elitism as the lowest form of culture. Yeah, so long as I mean, and you know what, Kestrel, if you want to do the danger pizza, as long as peeps know. If you haven't seen it, BDG did a video called The Midnight Gourmand, and there's a whole section in Make It a Pizza where take leftovers, make it a pizza. And the... Oh, I'm hearing a lot of roasters. I think that's within grabby distance, but let's explore anyway. Time for strong foes, but remember courage. Where's that bloody bell ringer? Treat myself with the drugs. Hey up, bastard! Have an audience with a watcher. Hey up! I'll take it if we get like a hat. Talk to them or something. That's such a strange one because, like Edwin, like my experience with, especially dominoes specifically, is it's so much better, like overseas. Like US dominoes, at least in this region, is kind of trash. You gotta go, mate. Not today, Whip Grandad. Oh, goody. There's two of them. Oh, and I don't know how to time things anymore. Double kill! Zeke! What, oh, friend? Tiny Taunus. Teeny tiny Taunus. Alright, no entrance to the saw. Wait a second, why am I not using my bloody lantern? What's the whole point in bringing a bloody lantern? I'm not gonna bloody use it. Zeke is making a game. Sounds the kind of thing cool kids might do. Back off, Wet Grandad. No one likes you. Although I'd best get on the bounce before wet berries show up. Remember, friends, say no to wet berry. So Sax says they do live in the rural area, but they'll eat anything past midnight. So it means you've got to bring folks home and cook 1 AM dishes yourself. So Sax, are you kind of like the designated like late night chef? Because I've been very lucky as Fiona quite frequently imbues of the devil's lettuce. So what that means is I have a high person cooking up some great and wild and wonderful things at like 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes. Oh, fuck you! Nana with a fucking scythe. Shit on your tapestries. Dustin with say no to wet berry. It's dry January. McSax is like, I love cooking. I do not need the lettuce. Yeah, so, Sax, I don't know how frequently you've been by the Longship. We have Rilu, who is one of our regulars, who said, you know, another, like, late-night fucking gourmet chef, and absolutely tortures us because they're based in Europe. So when they're cooking up, they're like 1 o'clock in the morning spectacular. We have to hear about it here in the US. Lena does late night cookies up being high. Yo! Alright, now I'm just telling stories, but one of the best things about living with Ket was occasionally Ket would look at me at like 1 o'clock in the morning and be like, "Want cookies?" Because what he'd do is he'd make up a whole batch of cookies, freeze them, and then intermittently would just bake them up at 1 in the morning. And so we just have like scoop of ice cream, cookies fresh out. So good. Absolutely spoiled. Oh, how's not being damp working out with you kids? Alright, who's next? Like, absolutely spoiled. Between that and me kept numbers out, going to do negative breakfast back in the day. I haven't heard what's going on with Beth. Lots of theories, but yeah. So Maxacta says they just used leftovers to make a fusilli pasta with Napo. Oh, sorry, I always pronounce that one hella wrong, but I know what you mean. Like that sounds classy. Oh, actually, I was about to say, gang alarms up there can still get me if I'm not careful. Oh yeah, sorry, and to those who haven't heard the term, so negative breakfast was something we coined because when I was... Alright, so I guess for like Ray and Duke, like, here's the story so far of Will. So I have been full-time streaming coming up on 5 years. It'll be 5 years this April. And I kind of fell into doing this full-time because I moved out to the US for a job that turned out to be a fucking disaster. And in the process of that, I found out that the US tax system is far more complicated than I was aware. I am a US citizen, but I never got a social security number as a child, which makes me a system anomaly. The US tax system doesn't have a way to deal with someone like me. So, for a time, I was able to live in the US, but I wasn't able to work legally because I didn't have a social number, and it wouldn't give me a temporary tax number. I couldn't pay anything. Yeah, I basically was a data anomaly for the IRS. So during that time, and as my life was imploding due to both situations completely because of me and outside of my control, my friend, well, I should say, our good friend Ket, aka Slifter, let me basically live on his couch. And after being bullied by one Thor at Pirate Software to continue streaming, Ket let me use his PC during the day while he was at work to stream. And that's what led to the Longship as a whole. Like, that's why I'm sitting here in front of you now. So what used to happen is Ket'd get back from work, and then he'd stream, so I'd raid into him, and then we'd do Terraria or Slay the Spire or what have you. But then what would happen is we'd get to about like 11:30, 12 o'clock, the stream would come to an end, and we're both at that post-stream state where we're like mentally brain dead, but physically very active, and starving. And so we'd be like, do you want to go get breakfast foods at 1 o'clock in the morning? Like, fuck yeah. So we'd ring up Numbers would bail in the car, throw us in the back, we'd cheese it over to Beth's, which was like a local indie punk breakfast place. Oh yeah, because Numbers would finish work back then at 10:30. So we were all kind of like finishing up and hungry at the same time, and that led to like the tradition of negative breakfast. Because we were trying to work out a thing. It's not early breakfast or late breakfast. It's in the grand Hobbit scheme of things. It's past like second breakfast, 11sies, dinner, tea, like late night snack, etc. Because it's a full ass meal. But it sits in the no man's land between last meal first. So we went the time zone philosophy that it's breakfast, -1. Negative breakfast. Duke McZack saying that they know that state very well as they worked in a pizzeria for 6 years. Yo. I mean, anyone that's worked pubs or pubs, clubs, or bars knows it. Back to front. Also, to Prince Omateria, Watto and welcome. I'm murdering people's damp grandparents. How are you? Oh, I'm gonna kill these buggers to get me. Oh no, it dropped. That's cool. Well, like Clank, I think it's getting to the point now where, you know, Seattle is viable to come visit again. Like, alright, first up. Ding Dong Bellface has got to go. Oh, feck off. Next contestant, please! Oh, cool! It does lasers now! I think that person just shoved me out of the way. Yeah, those big buggers are not happy with me, are they?
Reactor online.
Oh,
Sensors
fucking hell.
online. Weapons
He
online.
just
All
scared the
systems
pee-pee out of me.
What ho? Beware the pale blood.
Oh, the pale blood, the sticky blood, the extra spicy, like salsa chunk blood. Oh, actually, Fallen Angel, I'd love to know that. Where is it comparable to where I'm sitting? Yeah. So racers, they don't eat much, like once or twice a day, but they're really hungry. They do what I'd call negative breakfast at like 1, 3 a.m. Cook it up for myself since they don't have a driving license yet. Yo, I mean, that's understandable. Plus, like, you need to be in a place in the world where you have access to 24-hour diners. And, you know, at this point, I think there's a few of the chains that have reopened, but to my understanding, the previous 24-hour places have gone back to, like, standard hours, and I don't know if things are kind of unfurling just yet. So Favour 6 says when they work nights in care, their breakfast was a nugget Happy Meal and Mackie D's on the way home. We've all been there. The last time I worked nights proper, what we used to do is we'd have like the breakfast club, where we'd go to like a local cafe and just meet up with everybody in the morning. So good. Yeah, and Duke McSags. Trauger sausages are fine. Actually, I was playing Valheim with a friend end of last year for the what we called the Great Bezos Heist. And I'll be honest with you, like, I'm gonna bug Joe about like continuing that because I got a real craving for Valheim. And Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. Happy weekend is here. I hope you're doing lovely. I think the worst shift I worked was, again, Sega QA, because I was on the late shift, not the night shift, which was usually like 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon until like 10:30 at night, which doesn't seem that bad. Like, get up when you want, don't worry about it. But the pisser was that, like, that shift, you have to take the last train home. There's no options for staying out. There's nowhere to go. Like, it was just in a really shite spot. Because the night shift, they'd start at 10:30 at night and work through until the morning. And the day shift was the day shift. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, like, whilst I cut my teeth working at Lionhead Studios back in the day, my first proper, I'd say proper job. My first proper job in games was working for Sega Europe as a QA tester. I was a rank and file, minimum wage, if you die, another person takes your place slot. Okay, so I need to go back upstairs where the grandmas were, and come down to the left, and there's a whole fence to drop down to. Okay. Back up we go. Yeah, Eagle lives. Who'd started Sega QA, eh? Look! I am extremely Oh, fucking hell! I think they heard me talking shit. I don't know. I don't know if you all got that same impression, but I think they heard me. Eagle's like, I don't think you should be there. Oi, come back here. I need your goodies. It's a little bit of madness. You're looking at me very closely and I don't like it. Alright. Sorry. So, that would be the way to go. We need to go get that key. Alright. Oh yeah, so just before the other smaller stairs, there's a whole ledge. Alright, so... There you are, bastards! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I like it when it works for me. Alright, so we'll proc another laser attack. And just follow it up. Follow it up. Fun fact, the big purple laser of death was... the big purple laser of death was not only made famous by, but actually semi-invented by the gentleman that came up with Evangelion. There's a term for it other than just big purple laser of death. Alright, so you're saying that... Is it down these little stairs? Yeah, see, here's the challenge, is that Lena obviously watching is has the time delay, so... Alright, so here, here... Okay, so back up the stairs, roger, roger, and we're looking for a gap in the wall. Alright. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Wall. There's a gap in the wall. Back off! Uh-oh. Frenzied blood. Alright. Where to from here, Lena? Because there's a big Barry around that corner. And me and Barry have history. Okay, now inside and kill Barry. Hit Barry. Your soul is mine! Alright, listen, Wolf. Yeah, get here, fork. Actually, here's a random question. What is up with those ringing bell ladies? I just realised I've always just accepted. And Duke McSax, I did just pull his soul out of his backside. That's the Kappa way. No joke. One of my favorite little my favorite yokai stories is about how Kappa would ambush people on the road and try and pull their soul out of their bum. That is actual Japanese mythology. And the theory is that it has something to do with the fact that, sadly, when most of us expire, we poo ourselves. And that, especially during, like, the Sengoku Jidai period, there was a lot of travel between towns, but it was very treacherous. So the amount of people that would be found dead with their bowels expelled, and you could say Kappa did it, and it wouldn't be quite so disrespectful. Like, oh, it's not that this person shit themselves when they died. No, it's a Kappa got them. Ah. Ray's like, it's wedding bells. They're getting married. To my blade. Oh, Rainier, I would love to have a quick look. I think we're in a safe spot right now. Sorry, Rainier was saying that they put something in making games. Unless you made, like, Shark Fighter. What did you do? Okay, friends, in the Discord, in the Making Games channel, Rainier has posted something. I need an explanation. Also, Ray, that is the cutest shit. Ray, with your permission, could I post that picture on Twitter? If you haven't seen it, it's in general, and it's Ray and Ray's cat and their RGB setup watching me play Bloodborne, and that is the fucking cutest. This, you know what? This is why I do what I do, so I can entertain people's cats. This is why I do what I do, so I can entertain people's cats. Ray, thank you for sharing that. That is both adorable and very funny. So Rena says, basically, Rainier was experimenting with simplifying the process of making their games map, but for technical graphic reasons, it didn't pan out. I mean, some people would just call that an art style. and call it a day. Oh, and yeah, so Ray, then I can... I should have tagged you in that. I'm sorry. Even with 2 cups of the good coffee. you have... Ray, you are now the owner of a famous cat. It's like some kind of famous baby. Okay, so... Lena, so from here... where are we going? We're going into the center? Yeah, I guess we're going into the center to get the key there, right? Well, so Ray, and I guess everybody watching, we're always happy to see your cat pictures, to see your pet pictures. That's what general chat is basically for. So numbers, I have started on Spy Family. I think I'm an episode behind. I think I'm an episode behind current. Drop down the left where the shiny is. Hopcha! That's a hunter. So it's the Upper Cathedral Key. Look at that feckin' hat. That's one of the church hunters. Maybe the chorus? Can't tell. I saw your post because Ray just posted a picture of their cat, and I saw your post. I'm sorry you got cursed by sour cream.
I couldn't be like, no, I can't have it. My mistake. But now you have it.
Well, I'll make sure it goes to a good home. My insides. Oh, down in one. This town's cursed. This town's finished. Oh, so that's why we got jumped by 2 Barrys when we came in here. Because the second Barry was there. Hello, Amos. Hello. So. This one doesn't seem to be trying to laser my face off. And okay, so to those of you that have played a lot of Bloodborne, what are these peeps again? I know that we've talked about this, but I'm failing to recall. Because that person was Choir Garb. Oh, so Comp was saying that the choir and the Mensis scholars have a bit of a rivalry going on. That would make a fuckload of sense, because, I mean, the Mensis scholars commune with these big gangly bastards. Oh, you're okay. Amos, you're okay. You're okay. Good boy. I got taco salad. Taco salad for lunch. And Imperios, how are you going? Feels like it's been 1,000 years since we've seen you. Monster munch, taco salad. I'm spoiled today. Got a baby boy who's being cute and weird simultaneously. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Bobby. Just a quick olive check. Now we're good. Of course, as soon as I start eating, Imperios comes out the woodwork, but whatever. We have a local Mexican place that is god tier. And it makes my, I guess now, unhealthy heart very happy. Oh, come on! No, I deserved that. Anyone else feel like that was a little bit of overkill there? Amos, you're okay, buddy. You're okay. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Sorry about that, friends. I immediately realised why the baby boy was dancing. Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, gotta remember not to put things right on the back of the PS4. I just put my headphones on it and had toasty warm. Threw me off. Aww. Ray's throwing a few more kitty pictures in there. I'll have to add some pet tags of my own later on. Can't have you all grabbing all the glory. Ray, absolutely. I mean, it's your picture. Like, thank you for letting me use it. Right, I'm gonna go make my bloody echoes back and then we'll continue. Because, Lena, I don't think there's anything else I've super missed. Go on, get the laser out. Enjoy, fuckers! Oh, fuck off! It's the assholes! No! God, you've never been to a village in Britain. This is exactly what it's like. Alright, let's go spend those before I get angry grandmas breaking my kneecaps again. It's like, what did I do to them? And then also don't answer that. You know, so what if I killed Rob and in their eyes I'm a symbol of the church that's made everything bad? Is that your plan? The Rainier and Ray super combo for future adventures? Fucking yo. And Ryan, that sounds lovely. How are you doing? We've been at this for a couple of hours.
Good hunter.
I'll be honest with you. I managed to finish ROM much faster than I was expecting. You know what, Duke? Yeah, Yharnam's like super dark West Country.
Farewell, good hunter.
Let's go shopping. Oh god, yeah, I forgot how expensive the Canehurst armor is. It looks so cool. So I think we've tackled this question a few times, but it never stops being fun. Rainier was saying, how From Software would approach a hypothetical Bloodborne sequel. See, there are 3 endings for Bloodborne, right? And each of them potentially set up for a sequel. You know what I mean? So you have the first ending, You are killed by German in the dream. You wake up the next morning with very little to no memory of what happened and what you did, but knowing that, Yharnam was saved for another day. You saw the sunrise. Ending 2, you become New Gernam. German? Yeah, you become New German. It is your job to look over the hunter's dream and help guide other hunters through it. And 3, you become a squiggly old one. It's God time! Whee! Each of those sets up for something else. Now, narratively, I think the most interesting one would be to do the final and most bombastic of endings. You become an old one. Because that sets up for like another big old cycle. People discovering the ruins of Byrgenwerth in the same way that the Numerians discovered the Chalice dungeons. The next Bloodborne is what's built atop. Yes, Yharnam has fallen, but it's the thing built atop it. And from the perspective of the old ones, like, you could become... Time screams forward. You know what, Rainier, if Deus Ex Invisible War was easier to get working on PC, I'd stream it just to hurt everyone. Like, if you ever wonder what I am in terms of, like, sadism, I would willingly play Deus Ex Invisible War so that you all have to suffer it. Damien! Of course, as soon as I start talking about sadistic gaming... Damien saying they'd like to see a town simulator, like a building manager. We have to manage the hunter's dream. God, you could do a really fucked up game about like the concept of time, where it's you guiding all these hunters through the hunter's dream, implying that there have been hundreds, maybe even thousands of loops that have all gone through this same night. You're the one trapped outside of time. And Ray, I'm real happy, yo. A little something I could do. I don't know if I'm going to need more bulk paper. How are we doing for antidote? Probably stand to pick up a little bit more. Oh yeah, and absolutely more blood. Dustin says, well, it's not quite negative breakfast. They have ordered pancakes for a night breakfast. Yo, breakfast for dinner. A very, very honourable tradition. So, Dan, honestly, I'd like to sit down with some friends that are more musically literate than I am. From my very, very illiterate standpoint, I'd say the reason why Bloodborne's music is so good is they give it time to breathe. There isn't a tune in every section. In fact, in the whole swath of the game, there are no music outside of boss fights. So the music that they have has weight. And especially with like the theme in the Hunter's Dream, it's very, very long, drawn, melodic, sad, with a tinge of hopeful. And because of the nature of Bloodborne, they have time to like let you actually, enjoy it. Wet the shot. Or at least experience it. Oh, how? Ah, you big wobbly thing. Oh, hound. I get it now. Fucking hell! Alright, so Barry was not messing around. Okay. Oh, and Quasi, thank you for filling the pint glass. I hope you're doing well, friend. Okay, so firstly, there's this guy. Sup, Ned? Then we have the Dags. Then Big Barry and friends. Okay. Barry has been handled! Now let's find that bell-ringing bad word. And jobs. Good one. God, I love this sword. I hate blood vials. Sign me up. Delicious. Huh. It's a gnarled cane with a bell on. And nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one and silence its harrowing cry. I always find it interesting how the instructions in this are simultaneously... Oh, shit. Ah, piss the bed. I have fucked up.
Actually, been feeling a bit down, like I'm just going through the motions. Need to remind
Quizzy.
myself why I spend so much energy working. As they say, make money. Glad I get to share. That's one.
No, Quasi, fuck, thank you. Like, seriously, fucking thank you. That's... Fuck. And Quasi, like, I'm sorry you feel like you're going through the motions. I think that's one of those things that we can all relate to in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if I have anything good I can say as like as here's how to shake that funk, but like, you know, you got us. You know, we can always recommend something the weird and the strange. But seriously, that's a lot of bits, friends. Thank you. Air Dragon has almost been unseated as Jarl. Almost. Oh, fuck. Again, Quasi, just... Again, thank you. Shit, I don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting that. Fuck. Oh, yeah. It was all made up because he was just going for a very complex... very complex long play there. Alright, Barry, it's just you and me. Oh, feck up there. I hear the bell ringing, but I think it's below us. Oh yeah, let's not stick around. Otherwise I'm going to make friends twice. Oh, you fucking wanker! That bastard sniped me from downtown! Bullshit! Fucking bullshit. Sorry, Quasi. I hope I said a proper thank you. I'm kind of stunned, I'll be honest with you. Getting my nonsense wrecked by basic baddies. And old squiggly face here, just having a look-see. Oh, and for the record, friends, the crown is not out of arrogance; it's out of spite.
Sniper. Will is on the receiving end for a change. Now he might have a slight idea of what a Skelly from SOT feels like. Smile.
Wow. Wow. Fucking shenanigans. Oh no, a strong foe. Woeful child. Bacon, thank you for the 200. I'm not going to start feeling bad for the skellies. They bullied me first. Those skeletons know what they did. Well, this isn't a suspect hallway at all. Nope, nothing suspect here. Nothing chewy or bad or anything, really. I have a different idea. Fuck this. Ha! Here's an idea. Fuck that. Hey, Mega Boss, it was my absolute pleasure. And honestly, you know, it was a team effort. It was a team effort. Though I am going to try and get the I Killed NFTs shirt for GDC. Yes, and Mateus makes an excellent point. Inside every hunter, there's a skeleton with a can-do attitude. Alright, so be green, sneaky. Don't tell the hunters we're going to do a sneak. Be sneaky. Alright, Castrol! Castrol, keep it down! What the fuck is that? God, I've forgotten this whole area. Oh god. So, Duke, I'd completely forgotten that Richard Garriott was running his mouth about doing an NFT game and stuff like that. Why is everything here so heinous? The TLDR is, so I guess, so, like, Duke and Peeps, like, again, if we haven't met, like, the one thing I know is the games industry, and this year's going to be hilarious, because GDC is falling just before the end of the fiscal year. So a lot of these NFT projects won't be formally cancelled until afterwards. Because teams don't want to tank their stock or, you know, appear fiscally weak or what have you. Like, pick your reasoning on that one. But the TLDR is, even though NFTs as a concept and a project are just dead as a doornail, we're still going to have a little bit of time of people pretending and fronting, and I think that's going to be thoroughly entertaining. Now, where's the rest of you? Oh no, we're not doing the bum pull? Oh, you guys are the worst. Oh, cool. They're a perfect fucking combo, because Whip Guy can keep me stodged up, while the other one just tears me asunder. But the thing is, with people like Richard Garriott, they spend more time in, like, investment circles than they do in game development circles these days. Because they're independently wealthy. And that's really where people got stung. You know, was the tech sector saying to all these rich folks, like, this is the new shift, this is the paradigm, you need to be on this. So they went all in. And now they're going to have to eat their colloquial hats. Yeah, but Phyllis, this is the nightmare version of where we were before, right? Sorry, Duke was saying, independently wealthy but financially illiterate seems like a great whale to catch. I guess that's the problem, is that they're so... and Ray's got popcorn! They're so disconnected from everyone that they don't have anyone on the ground to tell them that, you know, that the Emperor is naked, you know? Remember, friends, these aren't dogs. They're shit werewolves. This is a bust. No one is more surprised I survived that than me. I should have died horribly there. There was no reason why I survived that. But no, so going back, is that you get individuals like Richard Garriott, who, because they're independently wealthy, they don't really engage with a lot of the conversation and the discussion around, like, games and the games industry. But they do have people in the financials advising them. So what they don't see is what I refer to as the shamanistic. So by shamanistic, what I mean is things that you just know, but you can't back up with data, which is a very dangerous thing, I understand that. But it's the thing of, like, people don't want NFTs. We've been saying this for a long time, but we theorized that NFTs were not just a scam, but just bad. Mainly because if you look at the runes and the tea leaves, it's not good evil, it's bad evil. By that I mean that it's a form of dark business practice that doesn't actually make you any money. Ah! To the Greybeards, Demonsine, I say Watto and welcome. Come on in, come on in. But you only really get that shamanistic opinion if you are in the guts, playing games, like experiencing the games industry day in, day out. And a lot of people who made their money, especially like back in the late 80s and 90s and early 2000s in gaming, they don't need to involve themselves in that space. They can separate from. So the people that they're listening to are like, this is the future, this is the investment, this is how you got to do this. And that disconnect becomes very quickly apparent. And the reason why I say like it's bad evil is that you can be evil and make a lot of money. Aggressive microtransactions, aggressive pre-order campaigns, like you can still make bank being a piece of shit. But NFTs don't make you money by being evil. They're just bad dumb. Even if they worked at the absolute epitome of what its largest supporters wanted it to be, it's bad business because you can't sell somebody... You can't sell all of your users' content for your game. They have to make it and then sell it between each other. Okay, sorry. The thing that I can't work out is where is this third guy coming from? Where does Whip Guy come in? Because Whip Guy is the one who's breaking my stride. Are they like up in the rafters or something? Can I shoot them down early? And Greybeard, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. I'm still amazed that Richard Garriott came back. Like, Tabula Rasa was such a strangely expensive failure. I pretty much thought he was done with the space. But I guess the lure of money with more money was enough for him. Numbers' keycaps are here. Lovely. And Greybeard was doing a short Hades. Lovely. Spoiling no spoilers. How far into Hades are you? I mean, sorry, we've done it. I don't want to spoil stuff for you. I know, Jackie, Tabula Rasa did launch in the US and Europe. It was pre-World of Warcraft, by my understanding. Had a very, very expensive AAA marketing campaign. And it was a very confusing concept as well. Okay. So Greybeard's fought Meg for the first time. Alright. Oh, you're still alive! So Greybeard, I will say no more, but I mean, you don't need me to tell you you're in for a fucking treat. Oh, when you say spoiled by, you mean you know the plot. Sorry, my apologies. I thought you just meant for the fact that Dan Floyd's run is a great one. You know, like you've been spoiled for good food. That was how I chose to read that. Alright, you three wakers. Alright, so the third guy always comes from over here. Where the fuck are you? Because Whip Guy is the problem. Whip guy's got me on range and on accessories, and for some reason I can't seem to get the backstab on this guy to proc. There we go! Your soul is mine! That guy right there! Fucking nemesis. So Stepgen, we're doing good. We're through Byrgenwerth. I actually managed to clear Rom today, which I did not expect. And now I'm stuck fighting these three bellend. How are you? Mecha Noel, welcome back. Okay. I'll go start a fight with them there. I thought I'd gone round the full complement. And you start dreaming, ding dong, the spider is dead. Oh. I was taught to treat all life as sacred. Except for that fucking spider. That fucking spider can do You know what? I don't want to fight the tree. I don't want to do that. Serpentine, 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 serpentine. You gonna fight the locals? Oh, there you are. I like it when the whip is on my side. My side. More coffee. More tea. Ah! This fight drives me slowly loopy. This turn's finished. I don't wanna do that. Greybeard is legit one of the things that's been so much fun about returning to this. Oh, here comes the friend. Oh, in from the fucking sidelines. It's Dickhead McBeast with the folding chair. Oh, fine. Wellity, wellity, wellity. So we're fighting fucking beast stars over here next. Ha! 69, 6. Nice, 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 nice! Wait a second. Ha! On the switch.
Did I just break my headphones? I hope I did. Oh, that would be a very bad day.
There we go. Whoa! Very good about that. Smells like victory. Now, where were we? So Red Birding says, now that I think on it, did Rom serve as a Bloodborne Guinevere casting illusion on Yharnam? So by my understanding, it's not that Rom was casting an illusion, it's that Rom was holding the nightmare at bay. That's correct, yeah? At least that's what I took from it. Also, we absolutely need to find a Viking. Because this is a nightmare version of where we've been prior. Because that's usually where Pigling would be. Yeah. Like Legend, that was my impression, is that Rom was the kind of the dumb cork holding the back of the flood. But again, like, sleep deprivation's been real this weekend. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, which Smashmouth did warn us about. Oh, I didn't think you'd be able to fit down. So yeah, so Mateus was saying that Rom was holding up the barrier that kept humans from seeing the true nature of the horrors of Yharnam. Ah, okay. Rom's the reason why we can't see the Amdir Gala, or couldn't. And this shows like how horrific and nasty everything is around. Oh. Yeah, Kalina, that curse is very real. Now, do we need to start returning to places we've been before? Just the fact that these beasts are made out of, like, fucking hundreds of human parts. Boom! So nasty, but... Madmen toil unsuspiciously in rituals to beckon them, uncover their secrets. What is man but a miserable pile of secrets? Die, monster. 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 Because now that Rom's down, basically the night has progressed, and I think this is where we start getting the unfurling stuff at the chapel. But I don't remember if we have to go back to where we were prior, or if we continue this and rediscover the areas. That's what I'm trying to remember. Because these were the people that were harvesting. Remember woman, remember church. And Lena, to my understanding, everybody that we could have saved, we have. You know, everyone in the church is fine and safe, and nothing bad happened. The end. Yes, Phyllis, that was where the NPC was. And the little message being like, remember the church. I'm like, oh yeah. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. But to check up on them, I need to progress in this area. I can't just, like, take a hunter's bell back to the other bit. What's through here? Oh, is this just another part of... Oh, no, I hadn't explored this. Remember the lure. I haven't actually used a lure in a while, so let's have some fun. Where is it? Throw to attract beasts. Yes, Moose, everyone, I know that's previously where the woman was. Here is the question that I'm asking. Do I head back to the Hunter's Dream and port back to where we were, or do I continue exploring this way and it leads us back through? Because this is a separate location than the previous. It's fascinating to see all these guys being fucking killed. Like, again, I have played through this. The fact that I am forgetting now is merely the consequences of... merely the consequences of a lifetime of poor sleep patterns. I guess we already killed the thing, and all I'm doing is wasting lures at this point. Oh, Moose! No, it's entirely fine. I don't mean to be... Like, this isn't a fresh, clean playthrough. Okay. I'm not looking forward to fighting the things that were Piggly, at least until we have another starting spot. I think this leads us around to the far end. God, I'm just trying to remember this layout. Yeah. All right. So it looks like we've got to fight the skeletal Piggly Wigglies. That's just a great big trunk full of death. So Ray, my tips on streaming. God, love the process. Love the process, not the result. Like, either find a manner in which you enjoy streaming, or things which you enjoy streaming. Do that, have the best time with it. I know that's... I can give you, like, more solid tips, like, my personal philosophies on streaming, you know, technical best practices in certain regards, but first and foremost, it's like, Twitch is not a profession to get into if your goal is to have a stable, affordable living. I am extremely, like, I am dumb lucky with how much support I get from the long ship. Bell-ring lady looks like kill the same 5 times over and over. Oh, and to the tardy bard, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, my first and foremost advice is, like, love the process of streaming. You can do that, then you can have a great time. And even if it isn't your primary revenue source, you don't... Whether you treat it as like a fun hobby or something that you're truly dedicated to, like that's up to you. But both means are entirely valid. Oh! Cage sure is a rockin' and a knockin'.
Bloodborne.
Sean, how are you doing, mate? Watto and welcome! It's a Bloodborne. The Norwegian death metal version. Don't have to fight these dingleberries. How did you think this was going to be? You are cursed. And really, it's no worry. Like, the other thing to bear in mind is, by loving the process, you've got to not compare yourself to others, and that is the hardest. I am very lucky because I was in video games for a long time. I did stuff on YouTube and front-facing, and like I got to stream as part of my job. So that meant that... God, those aliens. So that meant that I got a chance to have a lot of on-the-job experience before I started doing it full-time. And I never intended for this to be my full-time job, you know? I didn't sit down one day and go, I shall stream a live streamer's stream, and that shall be my way. Like, Thor bullied me into continuing a stream of Hollow Knight. You know, after I ended up having to move on to Ket Sofa, and 5 years later, hello. Okay, you're right, Navi. It does sound like I'm like, I didn't choose this stream of life. This life chose me. My life is so hard. No, I fucking love doing it. I won't lie about that. I will also say that if it does become your profession, you will never know that the price is that you will never know peace. Which way is it to there? Alright, we're gonna fight a box full of nightmares. Where's the back on this? Fuck. I think this is the back. Fuck me running, that's hideous. It's not gold. It's not a cult. Quasi. A lot of new people here. It's not a cult. Hey, and Angel Kalina, like, that's a really... I mean, you're doing something genuinely worthwhile in the world. Like, you're, learning healthcare, helping people directly. Like, that's fucking cool. Alright. Are those hunters? If they are, I'm gonna...
What ho! Welcome everyone to the cult.
It's not a cult. Oh no, they are just dead people. Oh. This is the way into new areas. Okay. Crux, this is not... Despite what Crux saying, it is not a cult. Fucking terrors. Oh, McSax worked in logistics. What is this piece you speak of? Fair. Ow. Yeah, it's the old adage of, like, if you what is it? If you do the thing that you love, you'll never... God. Friends, don't drink gin. Memory go bye-bye. Oh, if you do what you love, you'll never work in a day, whereas in actuality is if you do what you love, you will be forever working.
Not a cult? Then why do we all pay a tithe? Is Will a god emperor then?
Why are you like this? There's no tithe. I'm very grateful for everything that everyone puts in. And Bacon, when did you become Jarl? Man, I wish I could get like a Jarl alert. I'm very grateful for everything and anything you lot put in, because that's how I feed my little tiny weird family, consisting of guinea pigs and nugs. Oh, fuck me! Crazy terror. Gravelord Nitro, is that you? It's like his younger brother. I very nearly peed myself on this Twitch.tv. I very nearly wet my jeans, which would have been bad for me. And to the Darkness Monster. Watto, welcome, hello. The fuck am I doing? First contestant! Just sat on me. He did it again! Chugging on now. Me and my fugly ass crown getting stamped on by bone piles, I guess. Question: how do I unpiss my jeans? It's not a cult, you little terrors. Oh. No, it's as true for indie devs as it is for streaming. It's like, if you end up doing this for a living, like, you're always on. No, oh sorry, you're not always on, but it's a 24/7 operation. You know, if you don't do it, it doesn't get done, and that can be a lot sometimes. But it is absolutely entirely fucking worth it. Let me tell you. Death poke. I don't understand these. Does someone have lore knowledge to explain me these immolated corpses? You know what? Clank, you make an interesting point. Sorry, Clank was saying that eyeball arm monsters don't even phase them, and after like surviving 2020, like cosmic horror doesn't have its same here. I think that's why Bloodborne's still so fucking good. It's like, it's your perception of the world that changes. But if you were to describe to someone who can't see this what you are seeing, you would be as akin to madness. You get me? Like, you would be the loony. Because you're like, oh, don't you see the giant blood red moon in the sky and the purple? And, oh, cool! There's a giant tentacled bug beast hanging on the side of that building, and someone looks up and it's a blue sunny day. Like, to them, you are lunacy. You are experiencing the madness. It's something that, especially the what are they called? Not the Byrgenwerth, the cage-headed lot. That, you know, they are often perceived as those of madness in their quest for vision and clarity. Yeah, literal lunacy. What with that blood moon and all. Alright, I guess we just keep going. Oh, and before we continue, Lena, have we missed anything back that way? Like, let me know if I've... fuck sticks. Yeah, I know how this song and dance goes. frenzy bolts as well. I don't wanna do stairs. Come on. Okay. That did not work as planned. Fuck you, mate. Ah, okay, so it's those little bastards. They can spit, I guess, fucking blood shards at me. I don't think hiding inside is going to help, but here we are. Oh, okay, Lena, don't worry. I won't elect you next Yharnam's GPS. Trying to find another. Oh, this is bad. Right, come on, you gangly foot-made bastard. Do that. That is too many legs. That is too many legs. Time for the unseen. Oh, that's... This is bad. Nope. Prototype crafted ones. But here's the thing, we can head back, we can spend our blood echoes, we become beefier, can upgrade my sword. Sorry, the guy in the hat, like going, "Ah!" as he's running in. "Ah!" And lobsters are nature's railguns. This is well documented. Alright, we're gonna have this guy just shoot me in the back again. Don't complain, mate. You know what you did. This turn's finished. Got tetanus rails being shot at me. Having such a bad time. What the fuck is this place? Nothing but joy here? What am I looking at? Now, in other areas, going on top of one of those with an item is what would let the gangly buggers grab us and throw us into another dimension. Step onto it, it's fine. Alright. Inspect the bath. Someone's making soup. No soup! Did I just soup teleport? I wanna do soup. Fucking no! No soup! Right, come back here! I need your goodies! Alright. Where the fuck are we? No soup! Oh, this feels like we're going to be opening... You've come to the right place. What do you mean you're at soup? Oh, Ray, have a lovely rest of your day, and it was lovely to meet you. To be continued, and thank you for showing up with your cat. Okay. It's a small place you can teleport back to or jump down the side of the elevator. Okay. Now, does that mean we can activate that elevator from here? It's just, we got a lot of souls on the line! A lot of blood echoes. Echoed blood. And apparently I can't stop singing little ditties from Bo Burnham special. Oh yeah, no, aside from fighting that werewolf, there's nowhere else to be going. Yeah, soup echoes. New soup! God damn it, Dan. Sorry. I think DJ has that as like as an alert or something, and occasionally it gets stuck in my head. Did someone say, a soup? I think they did, Kestrel. I think they did. Alright. Let's risk it for a biscuit. The biscuit is also soup. Oh, right up the additional foot. No soup for you. Alright, so we just tippity-tappity down the side of the elevator. Jobs are good and tippity-tappity, let's make it happen. There's a lot of soup on the line here. New soup! Damn it. Oh, joy. Let's go. Oh, Excalibur! Lovely, lovely. No one likes your guy. And this leads us back to the lantern. And we can spend our stupid amount of blood echoes, get beefy, jobs are good. Plus, we picked up so many resources to upgrade the Ludwig's Holy Blade. That, like, we're sitting pretty right now, exceedingly pretty. Oh. And Lena, thank you for the directions. I'm realizing just how much of this part of the game I don't remember.
Welcome home, good hunter.
Blood for the blood god, echoes for the echo throne.
Very
Echo
well,
deserves its
let
throne.
me stand.
Okay. Because I feel like we're already hitting like a dump truck, and for once I'm actually going to be sensible about upgrading like vitality and endurance. but just this once. Let's go have a look at some of the gems we've got, some of the goodies. Gurman's been pretty absent for most of this bit, so I kind of wonder what he's up to. Here we go. Alright. Blood rock lobster. And an even harder, like, physical attack up. Sign me up. Thank you. Nothing massive additional for now. Oh, wait, what was that?
Reactor
That's just
online.
better.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And to the Artsy Po, how are you doing, friend? Watto and
How's
welcome.
the Yharnam field trip going?
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. There have been no embarrassing losses. I didn't almost pee myself. It's going great. Our battle with Rom didn't result in me screaming curses to the high heavens. No, 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 no. Now, Artsipo, how are you doing, friend? Oh, it is a wonderful round of Bloodborne. I'm having a lovely time, and we've just gotten to like the nightmare. So, well, I should say the Blood Moon nightmare. Nightmare-like tendencies. Everything now has more limbs than it should. Everything's a lot wetter. There's ladies with bells. Shit's weird. Shit's weird. But on the plus side, Artipo, I did get everyone's parents to sign a release form before we started the Yharnam school field trip. So, if somebody gets eaten by a wayward beast, it's already fine. Monsters Life sounds like a party to me. From an individual who goes by the moniker Darkness Monster, I would assume you have like a Yharnam Oyster card, like a frequent flyers travel stamp. Oh, lordy, lordy. But no, Artipo, I hope you're doing real good. I am going to take a short break here, friends, because one, I need water, and two, I need to make sure that if we get jumped by Nito's brethren, that I don't accidentally piss myself. So I'll be back in just a second. But yeah, I hope you all stick around. I'll be back in a wee moment, and then yeah. I can't imagine things are going to get any weirder or fleshier. No. Hut with a wee moment, if you will. My comedic genius and talents are wasted on you all. But no, this is a fucking good day, and I want to keep going. So, I'll be back in just a second. Please don't go anywhere. And yeah. To those of you who have played a lot, one, what's up with those like glowing, flamey, skelly bodies in the street? Two, if we're at this setup, do you reckon we're strong enough to start chipping away at the DLC as well? Because you're recommending roughly around 80. We are hitting like a dump truck. Like, it feels embarrassing to put more into strength right now. I'm just amazed we killed Rom. Anyway, friendos, I'll be back in just a second, alright? Sorry for the wait, dear friends. Hello, hello. How goes it? Lovely. Oh, so jumping back in, Uberdam was saying they have both a 10 and a 60 character stuck at Ludwig, so I don't think they can give DLC advice. And Darkness was saying that Google search about the burning bodies mostly gives theories about being sacrificed to something. Outside, they apparently can be used to weaken the casket monsters, applying some kind of flame debuff. Okay. Those casket monsters are something heinous. And they're... I think I'm happier not knowing how those ruddy things are made. You know what I mean? Aww. Sorry, I just gazed back into Discord real quickly, and there's a bunch of pictures of kitties and J-Post's Papa. Like, that's real fucking cute. Offset the dark and dark horror. So I guess that's the question, friends. So, do we want to continue with the nightmare, or should I test my skills against the old hunters? Because we're about the halfway point in the game, right? Or is Rom ever so slightly more than halfway? I forget. It's definitely the point where things, like, progress forward in the world. Legend's saying we should go beat up the oldies. I'm down for that. Lena says they do the DLC later on. I think it's more Lena because I haven't done the DLC. And I at least have a better... Am I just trying to talk myself into it? Oh, okay. Legend's just saying, don't take my advice. I'm a bad influence. Alright. Just getting the monocular ready to go. You've got quite a fair wedge of frozen blood as we need it. And okay, on top of the insight we already have, which is 67, we've got, like, legendary and a whole bunch. Alright, we can keep going with Damp Murder. Darkness says we need 2 more insight. Oh, you're right, Darkness, we do. Nice, 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 nice. Well, frustrating I can handle. But Lena, like, thank you for your counsel. I'll keep going with your ghoul, which does sound like a terrible greeting. Yagul, Yagul. I don't wanna be here. This is the wrong place. I have fucked up now. Why do you lot put up with me again? I'm just going to assume that nobody else is playing Bloodborne right now, and that's why. You're cool. Oh, yes. Aline's not got much longer for this world, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so in the mid game, the main game, how far through are we? Because I remember this being the halfway point, but I don't know if that's because, like, this is the point where I kind of hit like a speed bump, or... Hey, oh, bastards! Oh, I'm so sorry. Did anybody want that vial of blood? I know I just kind of grabbed it. I don't know if anybody else was needing that. The old bloody pick-me-up, as we used to call it. Miss me! Delicious. Mid 2/3. Okay, depending on perspective. Alright. That sounds right. Yuckle! But my pants are in the cleaners! I don't want to do that. But... Ding ding, bell ringer! BAM! I was gonna drink that! Oh, Clank, I'm sorry. I'll see if I can pick you up some from the local. Okay, but what if Hipster Yharnam? Alright, so it's Yharnam, splash cut a few hundred years in the future, and like everybody's making their own like homebrew old blood. It's the booch of it's the booch of old Yharnam. Those wankers are still dead? Cool. Sorry, just making sure we don't have to deal with those bloody hunters again. Yeah, Kestrel, like, you probably wouldn't have heard of it. Like, me and Kestrel get our blood straight from the source. Making pale blood art. Oh, pale blood's the new IPA. Ugh, why am I like this? Why am I like this? That's why we put points into strength. Because I stab things and they stay dead. Oh, BPA. Get that old yarn of good blood. Ow! Ow! Guys are jerks! The YPA, Yharnam Pale Blood Ale. Sir. That dude made that fucking personal. Okay, Lena, sleep well. Have a lovely rest of your weekend, alright? Yeah, apparently I was fucking delicious. Dude made that last. That was like someone taking their time over like a fancy starter. You were delicious! This turn's finished! See, all along, Legend, I was looking outwards towards soup, but not at the soup from within. New soup! Thank you, mate. I mean, I would take it as a compliment, but... Kind of felt like I got my face chewed off there, not gonna lie. Okay, well, we just gotta progress down that hellish hallway. You're okay, Amos. Amos, you're okay. On the plus side, the amount of Quicksilver bullets I'm getting is marvelous. Okay. That was a comedy of errors there. Amos, you're okay. I have a baby boy.
Boy.
Yeah, you're okay, Amos. You're okay. You're okay. He just gets slid out by his feeties. He's okay. Poor baby boy. Poor baby boy.
Hey, bud.
You can have some treats in a second.
Oh, boy.
Sorry, I guess for those of you who've just found us today, so we have 2 dogs and 6 guinea pigs. So River was Fiona, my partner's dog, originally. River is perfect and has no flaws and is the grand queen of the household. And then we have the wee baby Amos.
He's not weak.
He's not wee, he's 85 pounds of muscle. But he is a little sweetheart. Unfortunately, he is going through the worst time at the moment. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't say the worst. But he is a little pit bull mix. And he has all of the allergy and skin issues right now. So he's basically living out of cone, and he is the saddest boy. And also as a quarantine dog as well, like anytime Fiona is at the house, it's the end of days. It is the saddest thing that could have happened to a baby dog. And for both the cone and for both the cone and for like getting his paws clean and stuff, he does not like it. So he tends to try and hide in here. It's very cute.
Amos is basically allergic to the world and has some separation issues due to a previous rough life.
Yeah. He's actually medically allergic to himself, which was a thing to find out. Like, I struggled to remember the veterinary specifics of our baby boy. You're okay. You're okay. But basically, there is something that Amos produces in his little feeties that he's allergic to. He's allergic to himself. There's a bacteria in his feeties, which he naturally produces, which he's allergic to. So he has the worst time all the time. We're working on it, like, he's...
And he couldn't have ended up in a better home than Longship Central Viking 64 Cat Heart.
No. Bacon... I mean, I'm sorry. Bacon. My manners. Like, thank you for the bits. I hope so. We were not equipped. But he's got us and we've got him, so we're giving it the bloody best we can. It is our goal to make sure that Amos is like happy, healthy, and is in, want for nothing. You know what I mean? All right, so let's have a look down there because it sounds real loud down there, but I can't see any like additional horrors. Let's see what's down this way. Can always climb back up. Uberdan, that's very kind to say. I mean, honestly, like, out of the two of us, like, I'm the one who's the least prepared for this. Like, I did grow up with big dogs, but I grew up with big lurchers. We had an Irish deerhound, was the first dog, at least I remember as a kid. And if you haven't seen an Irish deerhound, they're basically like, what if a greyhound was the size of a small horse? They are fucking huge. But, like, they're sweet, they're lovely, and they're also incredibly lazy. Oh no! Kitties. Alright, well, whatever's down that way. Mama, no! Jesus, I didn't know they made it horrific in that size. Alright, I'm killing the last one out of spite. Down in one! But yeah, so yeah, for those of you who've just joined us, like, that's... Amos has been our little challenge. We got him at the end of... 2021 into 22, and in something that sounds so obvious that I say it to you now, but caught us off guard, they left out quite a few of his more challenging quirks when we adopted him, as he was a rescue dog. And it wasn't that they lied to us. They said things like, oh, he needs to go out frequently. What they meant was that he... Yes, he doesn't know how to tell you he needs to go outside, which translated into, oh, he's not housebroken. He has no idea. Right. But we're stuck with him, he's stuck with us. We love him dearly. And he is the sweetest little baby boy. Like, he gets so excited when people come over. The challenge is trying to make sure that he doesn't get overexcited, try and jump on people, and inadvertently nutshot friends and close found fam. Oh no, shit! I didn't mean to do that! Ah, peoples. Sorry. I was chatting to you lot and I wasn't paying attention. So I've just summoned a new friend. Oh, you're the person that helped me kill that beast that one time. Alright, well, we best win this fight then, otherwise I'm about to have a very bad time. Probably gonna need fire for this one. And not because everything's weak to fire, but they are. Fire paper and Molotov cocktails. Yeah, actually, so Legend, if you check the clips on here, one of the most viewed clips was the Christmas that we got Amos and moved into this apartment. When we were chatting and hanging out, and he paw strikes me in my... he paw strikes me right in the non-denominationals, and... Oh, yes, it's all of them together! Yeah, bell-ringing buggers. Having a bad time, having a bad time! So, by my understanding, this was the Blood Church's attempt to make an old one, right? So, like, Byrgenwerth and that lot, they managed to make Rom. And this was the attempt of the Holy Blood Church, right? Oh, it's so meaty. It's so meaty. One reward. out of there. Sticks approved. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. How am I still alive? Distraction's gone. Alright, I may be in trouble. Ladies! Oh, here we go, here we go! First time every time! I am the best hunter who has ever done stabbery! Whew. Numbers, thank you for finding the clip. Oh. Whatever that final fluid was, it absolutely killed the other person, so go figure. Oh. Stay tuned, Bloodborne fans. It's more bodily fluids than you ever asked for. Oh, okay, so this was Yargul's attempt. Ah. Sorry, I know we all know this, but just in case, like, a large proportion of Bloodborne's plot is the different groups in and around Yharnam, each trying to either ascend themselves or create ascended ones. You know, while the Holy Blood Healing Church puts forward blood administration to help the populace, their real goal is to make an old one. Oh, so Darkness is saying that Rom was communed with and wasn't created. Okay. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I like talking about this, is there's so much of it that I've forgotten. And I'm not going to yell at anybody if they're like, oh, well, you said Rom was created, whereas in fact, he was a Kroger Lunchable left out for 1,000 years. I don't know where that came from. I'm not even hungry. I've eaten very well today. But we should probably go consider checking out the church again, right? Yeah, so Numbers, this is where I guess a lot of people ended up falling in love with Bloodborne, is that very little of this is told to you directly.
Welcome home, good hunter.
So you have to piece together a lot of this information, and very little is said directly at you. The little that you are told is about the split between the split at Byrgenwerth, where What's-His-Face left to go found the Holy Blood Church. So there's, yeah, as Uberdan's saying, there's a lot of things in item descriptions, there's a lot of things in like little snippets of conversations that when pieced together you can find it. Oh, and Fearless, congratulations! Oh, okay, yeah, so...
Would you like to eat a burger? It does actually have to a burger.
Would you like to eat a burger? Doesn't have to be a burger. I mean, not after the fluids I saw coming out of that creature. I'm just dead chuffed we did that. First time. Celebrate by making myself even more of a beefcake. Okay, bye.
Farewell, good hunter.
Alright, what have you got for me, little lads? Blood vials, love it. Like it, love it. God, if we end up flush, I am tempted by the Canehurst armor because it does look cool as shit. Like Canehurst, but combined with the fancy hat. So Numbers says, it's interesting that that's something that people love because it sounds annoying and frustrating. Well, it's kind of like, if you explain the mechanics, sometimes it removes it. What's great about Bloodborne is that you wake up, fight some werewolves, and it goes horribly wrong. Then you wake up here in the Hunter's Dream, and old guy in a wheelchair is like, boy, have I got a job for you, lad. I want you to take this. It's a stabbing stick of your choice, and I want you to go out there and just fucking have at them. So in terms of the player's direction, you're not given a fuck ton of exposition. You're just told, you are a hunter, hunt. And if you think of titles like, Metroid, Hollow Knight, a whole bunch of games that do it very well, where the amount of time between pressing start and actually having agency is very minimal. There's no grand unfurling of the exposition. And as you continue, you hunt and you fight, and what pulls a lot of people through it is, like, the combat system in Bloodborne is very, very... It's difficult at first, but once you get the rhythm down, it's incredibly rewarding. So you just keep heading forward and killing things and getting beefier and killing things, and oh shit, you've unlocked some new weapons. Oh, this is great. And you keep progressing, and you meet a couple of living characters, but all weird and quirky, like some kind of like deranged opium Charles Dickens. And it's not really until you start getting into like Upper Yharnam towards the church and towards the Grand Cathedral and things like that, that you start to get this creeping feeling that there's more to it than just weirdness. Oh no, and Numbers, that's entirely fine. I mean, shit, that's the reason why I like doing streams like this. It's hopefully with everybody breaking down the story. Oh, and Biggs, Watto and welcome. Hopefully the way that we break this down is we can show you why we love this. And in the event that any of your creative works in the future can take the elements as you see them through, then that's feckin' grand. And Hindle, Watto and welcome. And Fearless, yes, we have discussed Queen Yharnam, who became queen by her ability to commune with the old ones, but that's another story. Legend says I might have got distracted looking through clips. Hey, that's a big compliment. And yeah, Mecha Noel, welcome to Bloodborne, where everyone looks like a Dickensian pervert, and it's damp all the time, and not from the reasons you hope. Yeah, Hindle, we still hunting. We still hunting. We cleared Rom earlier, and I just beat, what was it, Old One Reborn? Old One Returned? First try, no less. So apparently, while the mind forgets, the body does not. Oh, the One Reborn. Thank you, Darkness! Boy, I sure do hope this mist is comprised of mostly vapor. That is a joke that I cannot tell on Twitch.television. Artsy Poe. Art House Mothra. Old Yharnam Spoon Poe. How dare you, on this, the day of Bloodborne, come into my house with that joke. Well, Hindle, don't feel the need to rush. Because after this week, it might be another week until we can get back into Bloodborne. I promised Fiona that we'd do Civ 6 Blood Dragon mode next Saturday, which is like a mosh pit sandbox of chaos and hell filtered through Civilization 6. You can't see it, but Fiona has happy crazy face.
That is going to be a day.
It's going to be a day.
It's basically 1v1 Civ 6 with all the mods turned on that attack you.
Meteorites, sea level rising, fire, death, destruction.
Zombies!
Zombies!
And all the while being quick successions where you do an entire, 250 turns in less than 5 hours.
It's going to be a little mini marathon, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be carnage.
And I'm out of practice, so who will win? I don't know.
Darkness, it's Blood Dragon mode. Named because of, I guess, the amount of fucking carnage that is.
I was telling one of the... I was tweeting at one of the... I guess, what was it? One of the engineers for Civ 6 was tweeting out, what's your favorite mode on Civ 6? And I had listed everything that I use on that mode. Oh, so that's Civ Blood Dragon mode.
Ah, okay.
So, that's how they responded. It was actually named by somebody who worked on the game, so...
No, that's legit. That's legit. Maybe in reference to Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, but we'll never know. So Number says, so to bring us back around, if you don't go out of your way looking for snippets of lore, how much story do you get? So you get the story of the fracture of the college. So in cutscenes and in interactions, you're told about how basically Byrgenwerth, so the Holy Healing Church split from Byrgenwerth, the college, founded the Blood Ministration setup, which made Yharnam incredibly prosperous and incredibly successful. And as you can see, it's now all going to shit. I'm trying to remember how much story we get from here on in. Again, it's sleep deprivation and too much drinking. But from this point onward, we start getting more of like the different creatures and beasts of the nightmare. So yeah. So you must have missed the early one, which was the schism in Byrgenwerth, and a lot of the other air quotes cutscenes have been more like boss introductions. Those boss introductions do tell you quite a bit in some of them. So like when you fight the vicar, multi-vicar. When you fight the vicar, it shows you like this skull that's been placed in a very ornate location as part of a huge like ritual shrine. Oh yes, we need to go back and find what's his face. So let's. Okay, so if things have progressed, if we head back to Cathedral Ward, was it Cathedral Ward or Grand Cathedral? Then we should start seeing some of the changes, right? Oh, and so Hindle, the password is FROM, from all lowercase, because fuck ROM. And Hindle, if you need like an extra blade or otherwise, we do have peeps kicking around. I'm pretty sure we can assist you even if we've gone past the big hella moon. Oh yeah, peeps are definitely feeling it. So let's have a look.
Merly dear. Is anything the matter? You can always tell me. Mother will make everything better.
Ah, your lies spin a web, but I see through your deceit. I did not learn from books. No. I learned it all with my own mind.
Hindle, just from, all lowercase. Everyone's starting to unhinge because we let Rom go. And Rom was kind of in charge of keeping them from dying.
Once the night of the hunt passes, suppose give it a thought.
Alright. So I think I need to keep chatting with this lot. Just having a bad time. Because I know now if we talk to the old lady's going to go on a fucking trundle. It doesn't end well.
What's wrong? Anything you'd like to tell me?
I have my share of woes. Miyaki Sakura says, I think it's leaving and coming back. Because we still need to get 2 more pieces of the umbilical, and I'm trying to remember where those are from.
That's all right. Forget.
Okay. Because I think the old lady will give us like a bunch of sedatives, and then we'll go loopy themselves.
But I see through your... I learned it all with...
Still... And you have completely lost it. Okay, so question to those who played a lot of Bloodborne. So, you remember the pointy-headed guy who smashes the vampire queen? Where's his resting place? Because I always forget that. Because we need to check there out. And I'm trying to remember what else we need to do now that we've progressed the night forward. I think... Hello! Yeah, I think if we head up to the top of the cathedral, that's where, unfortunately, our... crow friend is having a bad time, right? Oh, fuck me, crow! Ah, scared the piss out of me! I'm awake now! Sorry about that, friends. He leaves behind something. One of the places. It's the little church temple. Which I think we have to go up and right from here to find it? Or is it out and down? No, he's not at Canehurst. Because he goes to Canehurst to do the murder, and then... Yeah, you're right, it might be down this way? Let's have a look. Sorry. The first place we met was at that like weird little like back alley cathedral, wasn't it? Back alley cathedral is... Yeah, here we go. So he's going to be at the he's going to be at the pillar over that way. Hey, you bastards! Oh, and Ultrazini, how are you feckin' doing? Thank you kindly, friend. Yeah, so he's up this way around the edge. So, if you missed it from our last Bloodborne session, so we finally... That's why I'm wearing the bloody crown. We finally beat the fucking Ice King, which was bad. We freed the Queen of Cainhurst, but we also told the Martyr where to find her. And the Martyr has been living desperately so that he might... not avenge, but he might make it so that his master, the one that sealed Cainhurst, could become a true martyr. He's done that, and so now he's decided to peace out of reality, having succeeded. Also, the fact that the whole world's gone to Eldritch Hell doesn't help, but he feels that he did his grand duty. So it's just Radiance. Well. And there's the crown that he took from his old master. So you're a Bloodborne fan. Who's your favourite corpse? Mecha Noel, I would have gone with, oh, so you're a Bloodborne fan. Okay, name every corpse. Oh, Mateus, I've still got the Queen's flesh. I think I got rid of that. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here we go. Display. Queenly flesh. What remains of Annalise, Blood Queen of Cainhurst? This pinkish lump of flesh remains warm, as if cursed. Well, all hail the undying Queen of Blood! She says that in such a matter-of-fact turn. Okay, so... Yeah, he's made a little shrine to his teacher, and it's real, it's real sweet. Like... Bloodborne absolutely adheres to this philosophy of the more you interfere, the worse you make it for everyone, even in strange, sweet ways. And his is no exception. He's one of the few people that seems to have either not just their wits about them, but also enough focus to talk to you and tell you, like, hey, this is what's going down. This is the Diddlio.
Once the night of the hunt...
Ah, you faint. Oh yes, Miyamoto Sakura, the little girl's sister, is around there too. Do we have to go talk to her? Do we have to go talk to him? As I, like, the only thing that's going to make us feel is very sad, but do we need to? Alright, so she's going to head off to go and get some more drugs, and that ends poorly. Alright. But we're going to head... we can get a new ribbon. Love it. So yeah, if we head up to the Grand Cathedral now, the Hunter, thank you, Chrome, scared the shit out of me. The Hunter should be outside, and there's like one of her targets inside. They've got eyeballs. They've got eyeballs in their things. Now, why you mother hubbards thought you could take me, I do not know, but you know, GG no re. Uberdan's like, I like to not talk to little girl at all. and pretend that her sister came home and they lived happily ever after. Well, if you don't get involved, she doesn't try and leave. Like, we're the thing that causes the little girl to go into the sewers or to go the other way. We're the baddie. Also, farming a few extra blood vials out of these Mother Hubbards will make life a lot easier later on. So I love coming back to this area because Dark Souls is, well, I should say, all of the Soulsian games do this at least at some point, where they make you backtrack through areas you previously fought through, and it shows you how much stronger you've become. And I really wish more games would do that in a fun way. Fearless, I did notice the eyes on the lantern. The very lantern that allows them to cast that kind of like arcane nonsense. Yeah, I remember this bit.
Oh. Is that you again?
Yeah, you seem to be in a pickle.
I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder. I'm just going to have a short rest.
One of the few other characters to have their wits about them.
I've taken blood. Enough to save an old woman.
And J-Post, how goes it with you?
This is my last chance. What a fool I am. I'll have to tread carefully. But that thing still lies in wait. Turn back. This is my score to settle.
Now, by my understanding...
My prey lies in wait this way. Turn back.
Now, by my understanding, if we leave it, she goes in, dies, and becomes the thing that we have to fight. If we go in and win, she passes away, but knowing that we've finished her final hunt. Right? And yeah, Mateus, we're having a scrap with the crow. The crow's gotta go! Well, so Mechanoel, it's not that we are the problem, per se. It's that, you know, we've been told to leave well enough alone. And that goes counter to what we have been instructed by German and, I guess, by the Moon Old One. Oh, okay, so Fearless says if you didn't complete her quest up to this point, you fight her here. Alright. Treat Hunter of Hunters with care. I got hundreds of vials of blood. I'll just stack her up. Alright, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Aww. Sorry, J-Post was saying that through most of stream time they dog sat a small pupper cloud. That sounds lovely. Yeah. Okay. I mean, like I said, I feel as I had like you and Shaunaris and Lena and everybody making sure I didn't lock out her quest. Because she's kind of the closest that we get to, I guess, Onion? Oh, yeah, he does use Numbing Mist. This motherfucker likes poison knives. Oh, he just fucking shot me in the face. Alright. 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 J-Post, I did see the picture, but I didn't realize you were dog sitting. Yeah, I just brought a gun to a fucking... I just brought a sword to a fucking gunfight. Okay, so yeah, so Nanageddon's gone off to go get more. Holding a wee bit, my dearie. Nanageddon's just gone off for the good shit. You know what? No, I've got to beat this guy in a straight up fight. Yeah, that's a lot of burst damage. Oh, feck off. Who the fuck do you think you are? But they have very, very high arcane stat and a double shot pistol. Whereas I have beefcake arms and a sword that goes swing. I mean, I could bust out the cannon, but at this point, that's overkill. Right, the gooch! Alright, so I think... Oh, yes, because I'm still going back to the Hunter Dream, so she's still okay. So yeah, we've just got to feck up Crow. But honestly, I might... After Crow, I think I'm going to head back to the old Hunters. Because I could really use that fucking Shadow Step. Fuck me running. The fucking blood frenzy. Yeah, I don't think I'm quite ready for this just yet. Alright, let's test my mettle against the old hunters. Let's see how the cursed frontier is doing. And on the plus side, it's a little bit more cheery out that way. Matthias says there's no being ready for the Weeb Crow. The dude is a hurdle. Yeah, and as we know, when it comes to the hurdles, you have two choices. You can go over them, or you can go through them. But also, there's a possibility that we could get the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword, which I believe we can then put even more beefcake into Arcane to get wonky donkey powerful. But that does mean we've got to beat Ludwig. So we'll see how that goes. Or I get my ass kicked in a different place, just alternate between them. I mean, I've been using Ludwig's sword the whole time. Why not get... What the horse-faced bastard? Ah, I see you've met him before. Ah, it's good to be back. See? Look at this. Look at this sky. It's cheerier, it's brighter. A lovely place to visit. That's what you get for shooting me in the face. Oh, got me with the back end of that work. Oh. Well, I was going to say, so Hindle, is your current character beefy enough to come join us? Because we could bring a squad together for this. Again, so this is something, after we fought the Vicar, I'm kind of in two minds about, because a few people commented that the Vicar fight was kind of beasted a little too quickly. And for people who hadn't seen Bloodborne before, they didn't get to see why the Vicar fight had such weight to it. It's also a good way to farm some fucking blood vials. Oh, peeballs and bin bags! Look at me! Shenanigans. Shenanigans. Uberdan says it's interesting because a second hunter can make bosses trivial, but not always. It is, and with the old hunters, there's a lot to unpack here. You know, this is a cursed place. And especially narratively and design-wise, like, this is a warped and twisted nightmare. It's part familiar, part strange and alien. You know, it has these elements of, like, Central Yharnam, but there's something wrong. This organic corruption to it, almost. No, corruption's the wrong word. You know, these blights of decay thrown over it. That's how we get it done. Also, we're getting 2 blood vials a fight, so no complaints here. I'm stronger! But yeah, coordinated scraps in Bloodborne can make some of the fights a lot more interesting because... sorry, a lot more easier. Not because of necessarily the other person, like, hard carrying as much as we've done in previous runs, but because once the boss's focus is split between the two of you, it means one other person has the time to stop and breathe and heal, or possibly just get a big fat cheeky backstab in. Richter, how are you doing, friend? Otto and welcome. Ah, yes, this whole area. The thing that I find so kind of disturbing about this area is that the beasts don't attack us. Like, even though we don't have fire out, these beasts are afraid of us because this is the old hunter's nightmare. Like, I try not to think about it too much, but oh yeah, a megalon, yeah. A distraction is a great way of describing it. Although I think these ones are a bit afraid. But yeah, but usually we don't see this kind of behavior until later on. Sorry, until you work out that the beasts are afraid of fire. I need you to charge at me like that. You headlong lunatics. It's extremely rude, sir. That's one. Or, hey me. I know you love blood. I respect your blood loving. There we go. Number says, so wait, so those guys are fighting monsters, but they're also trying to kill you. Yes. This place is like a strange, cursed nightmare where the old hunters are locked in for their sins. In the main game, hunters will try and hunt you for a myriad of different reasons. There are different factions of the hunt, and for all intents and purposes, you're not known. So the locals think that you work for the church, mostly. The church doesn't recognize you, so they're like, you've probably got to be fucking in on this. You look pretty beastly, let's go. God, I'm trying to remember all the specifics. You know, there are certain people who have enough of their wits about them to realize that you are not a problem, like our Hunter of Hunters. Is it Aileen? Aileen? Okay, my brain keeps saying Eileen. But yeah, in this place, they've completely lost it. They're not here anymore. Hell, Eileen's whole thing is that, you know, she hunts the hunters that have lost everything. They've lost their humanity. They've been consumed by the beast. Remember, they're not dogs, they're shit werewolves. This fucking guy. There we go. Yeah, so Miyakini Sakura, we are in DLC territory. We were up against, what's his name? Crow, like the Eileen's final fight. Or, come on, Eileen! One of the unifying factors of British culture. The sing-along part of Come on, Eileen. Fuck off, crows. Bunch of beasts there. Bunch of dags there. No, Uber Dan. It's a good reference. I'm sorry it went over my head the first time. What's this guy got? Fucking spear driver and a shovel. Do so much. Cheap for an to be relying on such dirty techniques. Death rains from above! Oh, don't look at me like that. That's a legitimate strategy. Favor 6, thank you for asking. I'm also known to drink a whiskey drink, vodka drink, lager drink, and a cider drink in the space of an evening. Oh, so to the TRM Shadow, firstly, Watto and welcome. Secondly, so I've played through this before, and also, like, we've done a full run-through of Sekiro, so please feel free to, like, you know, don't worry about spoilers, thoughts, or feels. This is my first time playing the DLC, as I didn't play it through in the original, but again, this is a group playthrough. Like, if I wanted an absolutely perfect silence, do not disturb me run-through of a FromSoft game, then playing it online is a silly way to seek that. Ooh, the Beast Cutter. What's that? Yeah! Alright, let me just show you all this one. I think this is the Strength and Depth Scaler. So it's a big, like, Bleach Animu-sized nonsense version of the Threaded Cane, the one that all these buggers keep using against me. Keldra, will you deny me my small joys in this world? And yeah, Miyakuri Sakura, we get the fun toys in the DLC. Like, whatever the fuck that is. Sure, it's fine. Oh, TRM, like, I've heard from so many people that it's stellar, and one of the reasons why I also wanted to go for this is that if we're able to, like, in terms of my build, you know, obviously I want to use the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword. God, it was only a couple of years ago that I actually found out the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword is in every FromSoft game, without exception. Still blows my tiny mind. And TRM, there's another streamer by the name of Dinsdale who has been playing through Sekiro, and let me tell you, watching other people go through Sekiro is so enjoyable. The cursed monk fight over the bridge strewn with dark red leaves, when you can leap up into the fucking trees and assassinate down, will probably be one of the most iconic boss fights. Like, I'll be thinking about that for 1,000 years. Yeah, TRM, Armored Core even has the Moonlit Ultra Greatsword, which you get from not patches. And considering how much Armored Core I've played over the years, you'd think I already know that. However, the last Armored Core I fell in love with was For Answer, and I did not use swords. There's a certain kind of Armored Core player that does use swords, and they're all fucking lunatics, and they scare me. Oh, I'm sorry, kids. Yeah, more so than old Yharnam, killing the beasts in here makes me feel bad. Halocross. Silly cross. This doesn't make me feel good, crows. And TRM, and sorry for those of the long ship that have like heard me talk about this before. I don't mean to go over the same topics repeatedly, but Sekiro and Bloodborne are fascinating because they're two different ways of looking at the same concept. So like Sekiro, like this is the way of the hunter. Sekiro is the way of the ninja. To this you must come the hunter. You must be aggressive yet patient. You must plan and pile, but also attack and claw and bite. You know, use every tool in your arsenal. Sekiro is the way of the ninja. Simultaneously the way of, like, stealth and subversion, but also of mastery. Like, in Sekiro, you can't get Beefcake Swole like I have and get a sword that cleaves your enemies in two. You have what you have. It is up to you to master the way of the ninja. And the whole game leans so much into that. The only downside I would say to how Sekiro does everything is that you are playing as a character. You are playing that character's path. You can choose to unlock additional items for that character, but everything is very focused, very... I don't want to say linear. Cinematic's probably a good way of putting it. But in this is your hunter, your character. even though you fill a slot, this is your story through, whereas the other one is, forget the character's designation, it's either wolf or grey wolf. But that's who you are in that space. Oh yeah, no, or spam firecrackers, that's fine. No, I'm gonna have to run away, aren't I? Alright, come on, bastards. Not you bastards. Run! Run! Whew. I had to re-kill that poor beast. Garb of the old hunters. This turn's finished. Hey, old bastards, where are you? Are they opening the doors for me? I mean... In the, oh, that guy's pissed. In the words of Godzilla, let them fight. I'm gonna go down this stony butthole. Skeet up, butthole! Oh, goody! It's worse! Wet, stony Yharnam. Oh, fuck you, mate. Alright. Wet, stony Yharnam might not be a great distance. Oh yeah, but so Fearless, I feel like your statement actually kind of leans into like learning in Sekiro. It's learning the moveset that you are given. You know, we've often joked that Sekiro is a very aggressive rhythm game, and I think that's true. Like, you unlock these techniques that allow you to have more ways to handle people, more parries, more double swings. Ow! That was my fucking spine! I needed that! What the shit, tentacle dude? Alright, let's see how far we can lure him. This is the weakest he's ever going to be. Oh, fuck you! He killed me with a bloody bell! Well, that was just fucking rude. Ding dong, fucking indeed. He rung my bell, not in a fun way. Oh. What a billet! It's an oldie but a goodie. It's an old code, but it checks out, sir. Alright. But yeah, so TRM, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. If you don't mind me being a bit self-promoty for a second. Hello! My name's Will. I worked in video games for 1,000 years. Now I do this for a living. We started playing Bloodborne on Saturdays, partially because we finished Dark Souls 3 and I wanted to continue, but also because, like, you know, this is one of the great games. There's a lot that this game has to say, like, mechanically and artistically and otherwise. I'm okay for the moment, Hindle, but I may fire up a flare in just a sec. I forget what the final rank of Insight is. Is it 80? In my first playthrough of Bloodborne, I never got my insight this high. So, okay, you're right. I have too much insight and I need to lose just one. Just one blip of insight.
Will plays games, educates us on various game industry topics, and runs an otter cult. In return, we get bits and cash at him and occasionally break him for loving amusement.
Look, Quasi threw in like... No, sorry, it was Quasi. It was Quasi that threw in like a fucking blue bit earlier today. Also, Bacon... It's not a cult. It's not a cult. But Bacon, thank you for all the bits. I guess if you're new here, like, I am entirely supported by bits and donations, so everything that you'll chuck in is fucking brilliant. This turn's finished. Get to fuck! Oh! Ring that bell, you twat! Sorry, forgive my language. But yeah, so we've been playing through Bloodborne as a, like I said, as a celebration of it. You know, this is great poetry with exceptional violence. You know, this is a story that you are free to interpret in a number of ways. And whilst we've been able to decipher large swaths of this game, there's still whole parts of it that are free for you to decide how you feel about it. We don't get that in a lot of games. No! I don't want to fight a lightning beast. I don't want to do that. I should try that, shouldn't I? Well, at least then it'll be on my... There's no way I'm going to first time this one. Excuse me. Hi. New hunter here. Name's Will. Lovely to meet you. That's a lovely chair. Do you mind if I just... Oh, you're already dead! Oh, thank the fucking gods. Alright. You're still very crispy, though. Do you mind if I just... Yeah, cheers. Thanks, mate. Just gonna poke here. No, we're good. Oh, I was expecting that to be much worse. Last time we were here, we're fighting Amelia. Oh, okay, so Uberdan said we fight him later on in the DLC. Okay. Job's a good un. I heard some crying. Cooperates. Therefore, treat beast with care. Portals! Oh, Uberdan was saying, fun fact, it's my hardest my hardest fight. Give the beast head pats. Hey, tell the flaming beast I said. It's not for cats. It's for anything. It's cute and fluffy. How's that working out for you, mate? Oh! So these are automated. That's fun. Yeah, Maki Sagra, that is a like an Amygdala's skull. But again, this is like a nightmare. You'll have to remember me. You'll have to remind me about how this particular nightmare came to be, and how these hunters were cursed to be forever trapped in here. Because they're like the OG first-gen hunters, and they were cursed for very specific reasons. They're as effective. Little people on the ground tell me to lure them out, we lure them out. That time. Okay, so Miyaki Sakura says the reasons will become more clear as the DLC progresses. Okay. You know, I trust you lot. I mean, and again, I don't mind, like, y'all discussing and breaking this down. I told you that, you know, I'm fine with spoilers in the ilk, and I can't whinge if suddenly you're all like, oh, well, this is this bit with this bit, that thing. No, I signed up for this. Just, you know, don't tell me, he's behind you! His turn's finished. You know what? You know what? I was the one that set myself up for this, wasn't I? Teus is like, but he is behind you! Ray says, I would discuss it if I played it. Well, one of the things that's very interesting about Bloodborne, and I mean a lot of video games, is you can watch it, you can understand it, but sometimes experiencing it gives you something more. Like, this is one of those titles where if you decided, must accept yourself, time for lives. If you choose to play this through yourself, you'll still get value from this. You'll still have a time. You know, one of the things that was very interesting was was coming through this for a second time. Ooh, a delayed Molotov. Let's try that. I was going through this for a second time and realizing. Alright. I want to be mad, but you're right, Hindle. He was in front of me. Uberdan says, hey Will, did you know that if you avoid enemy attacks but attack them, you hurt them without them hurting you? Pro strats with Uberdan. putting the 1337 in that name. Oh, he's dead this time. Huh. Oh, he's dead, but he's exploding! Fuck! I deserved... No! I deserved that! Dustin, I didn't deserve that! This is bullying. Dustin is bullying me. This is unfair treatment of a streamer. I would like to file a complaint with management. Dustin's like, suck a butt, nerd! Feckin' grumbles. Thank you, Dustin. Hopshaw! Yeah. Check out the Skelly Pride Fag. The main theatre from
Way to start off the new year.
And
Right.
many Gundams.
XD.
This right here, this is Lord Calcium Bonio. He doesn't do much these days, except for hold art. But in the past, he's been extremely active. Yeah, this is my little corner of the internet. Let's see. Numbers, you're correct. I could turn off the dab, but I'm aware of how long it takes to get one. And I wouldn't want to deprive anybody who's been saving. So I did this to me. And Keldra, thank you for the 200 there. Sorry, I had my headphones out. I need to get a headphone extender. My last one got dropped in a cup of wine by me, so I can't blame anyone. Oh, an angel. That's lovely. Hey, look, it's very compact, but it's nice, you know. I've got my Gundam building station over here. I've got enough place to keep everything. Stream kit and stuff is all on this side. Like, it's a good little space. I could probably keep it a little bit tidier. I could probably do a little bit better, but I don't know. I like it. And it feels like us, you know. The amount of long Shipian nonsense in a small place. Beast pellets. Oh no. Man beast awaits ahead! Then okay, let's fight a man beast. Man beast! Oh. First man beast I fought. Oh! Excuse me, I needed to keep attacking. Oh, cheap bastard. Slain! The Firing Hammer Badge. Well, that shall give us some tasty toys to play with later. Oh, I tell thee! Don't know what I'm suddenly northern! Remnants of a friend. Ah. Yeah, that guy was like Ultra Gilbert EX. Alpha Super EX Gilbert. Turn back. No mercy. Time for ratings. Alright, so I guess all we had... Oh yes, we just had to beat that guy to get the badge. I think I know where we're going to go next. Also, I can't not compliment the messages, even if the messages are bad. Because every time I compliment the messages, the little people go, yay! Hindle, I am very sorry. I don't know what was happening there, but I couldn't stop it. Well, Ray, if you've not played this, one of the fun things you can do is, depending on what items you find in the world, you can dress up the little peoples. Right, so that's the way to continue. So the drop down here is how we get those goodies, right? Yeah. Probably puts us in a worse spot, but... The Old Hunter's top hat. Alright. This is a dank-ass river of blood, and those are some... Oh, the fucking leeches! Oh. Kestrel, have a lovely rest of your evening. Please, 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 give our best to Little Bear. If we don't see you when you get back, have a fucking great weekend, alright? Well, congratulations, you, sir, are hideous. I hate these feckers. Always avoid them in Canehurst. You're first. Oh, and these ones are poisonous! Lucky me! DRM's like, yeah, these guys are fun to deal with. Fun is extremely objective with these buggers. Ooh. Only if you're blood tinge. The tinge of the ginge. Ow! Ow, I didn't know they made nasty this. Do not ignore me! That point when the giant bugs consider you so inconsequential that you fire a gun at them and they go, nah, I'm good, mate. Ow! Frankly, the rudeness is... Fearless, I don't know why Blood Ginge didn't come forth before this very moment, where I blended Tim Minchin's Ginger song with Bloodborne, but here we are. Here we fucking are. Hey! Oh, Tabota! Ah! Tie the nifty. Ah! Thank you! No! Alright, I'll be with you all in just a sec. I just need to get a bit of vengeance on this nasty blood sack. Do not vomit on me during a raid! You absolute nasty sack. Okay. Hello to Bowtie the Nifty. What? Oh, and welcome. Happy Saturday. Bring a spider full of trains. As in tiny trains inside big spiders. Did you play Choo Choo Charles? Is this some haunting alternative ending to Choo Choo Charles that I didn't get? Also, Apple Moose, Watto, and welcome. Right, well, coming in, friends. And Apple Moose, thank you for the follow. So to bring you all up to speed, we are playing Bloodborne. We have just started to putz around on the Old Hunters DLC. Bravocado, Watto, and welcome. And Bowtie the Nifty, like, how did you find Choo Choo Charles? Because I really enjoyed it. Open world, loved it. Game length, loved it. The surrealness of it, like how it kind of felt like a Thomas the Tank Engine episode taken to the nth degree. The fact that no one had facial animations and everything was like it had been put together by a child, and yet it was hauntingly atmospheric. Oh, and to Absolute Kane, thank you kindly. But yes, so we've got a little bit ways into the Old Hunters DLC in Bloodborne. If you haven't seen it so far, it's very interesting. This isn't my first time playing through Bloodborne. It's my first time on the DLC, but do not worry about spoilers or hints or what have you. Go nuts. Go wild. I honestly this whole playthrough has been as much a deconstruction of Bloodborne as it's been a celebration. Like, we spent one whole day deconstructing the architecture around Central Yharnam and how they basically made the Byrgenwerth scholars, like, not crawl through shit, but they designed the city in such a way as to go na 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 to the scholars, and then they sealed off the scholars because things got wibbly. Well, you know the rest. Probably shouldn't have ran headlong in towards that, but what are we going to do without blood chunk stones, eh? Reminiscent of man. Oh, because it's like a butt. So Bowtie was saying they enjoyed it. Not too long, not too short. Really enjoyed the map for how seamless it was. Yeah. And being an open world, but being literally on rails, I thought was a really smart way of making that game. I really fucking enjoyed it. But, like, I'm a sucker for upgradable... Oh, this is nasty. Oh, I don't like this. How the fuck did you get that? I can't get out of the corner! Fuck that guy. You're right, it is Bowie the Nifty, but my dyslexic ass has been reading it as Bowtie. Which, I mean, is a lovely formal name. Yeah, absolutely no gun safety. Oh! I'm really glad you enjoyed Choo Choo Charles, because if you followed Choo Choo Charles' development, it's like a semi-one-person team, and what they did is they put out a game, like more of like a narrative walking sim a while back called Cloud Climber, where it's the same structural elements and like art style as Choo Choo Charles, but not like an open horror game. They basically cut their teeth making a free like story game with a really haunting sense of loneliness, and then use those elements to build Choo Choo Charles from there. The fact that the overmap is actually the whole map as a whole. The whole map as a whole. Boy, I sure am using English. Yeah. Yay! Sorry, Numbers were just informing us that in Washington State, legislation is being put forward that will stop you from being fired for using marijuana off the clock. Love it. That'll be for, like, government employees and stuff, right? And Zero, I had a feeling that this would be some of, like, the hardest content. But I'm enjoying it. And also, kind of, we're getting towards, like, the last third of Bloodborne main. Like, Rom's now dead. Sorry, crows! And rather than throw ourselves against other Crow, the bastard, because we did Angelina's arc, I thought, you know what, let's have some fun. Let's get wrecked by some old hunters. Yeah, Nightbreed, a row of Crow, if you will. But yeah, so Bowie, aside from Choo Choo Charles, I hope things have been going good with yourself. Things have been interesting over here. As I'm sure you're also experiencing, there were too many good games in 2022, and keeping up with all of them is an exercise in... Give me my health back! You owe me! Trying to keep up with every game through 2022 was an exercise in agony and futility. Remember, friends, smarter, not harder. Smarter, not harder. Well, see, the fun thing about running at a guy with pistol is that he's a dingus dingleberry and his pistol's too long. So if I get all up in his grill, then there's Feckle what he can do. Except for get his arse kicked. Much like these two. Job's done. I mean, I still get the blood echoes from him killing him, so... Bowie says they're still working on 2022 games. About to start Stray there. Ah, you are in for a treat. No spoilers from me, but it's a... It deserves all of the coverage and praise that it got, you know? His mate just feckin' stood there while I kicked his ass. You right there, bad? You right there, lad? You fine? Oh! He was going for the self-sacrifice. Trying to think of some of my special. I mean, like, Bowie, you've been here before. I'm sure you know that if you spend too much time hanging out here, I will start recommending you video games. I'm still raving about Attica. You know, it's one of those, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm impressed. And for those of you that didn't see it, so Attica is an indie first-person shooter. It's available on Steam. It's pretty inexpensive. And it has 2 campaigns in it, a story campaign and this thing called Zone Patrol. But Zone Patrol is just an open world, like, stalker-esque shooter. And it's fucking brilliant. Like, it's genuinely inspired. Oh, my timing's off. Right, the fact that neither of us hit each other then is frankly embarrassing. Oi! Fucking dude! Oh, you just can't get the hell these days. And that's one of the ones from 2022 that I'm still thinking about. They just added a dog to Zone Patrol, and there's still plans to expand the story in that space, but that was definitely one of the weirdest and freshest little games I played in so long. I mean, you're not wrong, Caffeine. That is a good hat, but I took this crown off a fucking bastard, and I'm not taking it off. I went through a lot to get that fucking crown. It's not even a good crown. Sorry about that, friends. So jumping back in, Fred was saying, one thing that makes FromSoft games more opaque, there is skill and strategy going into what I'm doing, but it looks purely on a visual level to be 2 characters that are just swinging at each other in any button mashy way. Yeah, we were both too close to each other to be within each other's, like, hit range. Oh, and I can't sneak through the fucking back. Alright. So, like, what was happening there is that he was doing these huge, big, sweeping attacks and explosions, but I was too close to him to be in this, to be able to be struck. But because I have my big, weighty sword, I'm also doing kind of the same. God, I know I've seen a Kung Fu movie where they did that. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. Let's see if his mate wants to do the same thing. No, and Fred, that's sometimes why games like this can be tricky to show to an audience, because sometimes it's not... When something awesome happens, it's not necessarily easy to understand that the awesome thing has happened, you know what I mean? I know you and I have talked about this a lot when it comes to games like Tekken, where the immediate moment-to-moment of Tekken is very easy to understand. Fucking there, I'm dying to you, bug. Heinous. Yeah, the immediate moment-to-moment of Tekken is easier to understand than a lot of other fighting games, but... Spitting bad word on me. So nasty. Oh god. Fred, like, dry cleaning. I think my character needs one of those things you use for, like, shampooing someone's couch, like a deep clean. Like, just pop this hunter in the fucking washing machine for a couple hours. So meaty. So sticky. Numbers were saying that the coolest thing happened in Halo. They're playing Halo 3 campaign and managed to steal one of the Covenant tanks. Managed to mortar a jetpack brute midair. It's those moments that just make it. I always remember Halo 3 with such wonderful fondness. Now, has he taken my... Oh no, so I can get it back. So let's see if he'll follow me out the cave. I win! I fucking win! Let's get a look at that in the light, shall we? Alright, let's turn on my little hand lantern and... Introducing the Ginge 9000! It's a fucking Gatling gun! Is this fair? Is this right? Should one hunt monsters and beasts with a rotating super... Of course it's not fair, but now I have it, so it's awesome. Let's go fuck some shit up. It's time to turn your enemies to soup with this, the Ginge 9000. As you can see, These people want a room full of happy locals. Now, soup! Thanks to the Ginge 9000. It's not a blender, but it fucking might as well be. Oh. It was at this moment that we realised that perhaps giving Will the power of the old blood. Remember an horned beast. Oh, that is super bad. Alright, let's see if we can... It sounds really, really stidgy in there. Oh, cool, we found vermin. The root of man's impurity rives within filth. I mean, you can just tag me next time. Display. Oh, God. Vermin. Found hidden within filth are only seen by League Confederates and are the root of man's impurity. The League has assumed the task of finding and crushing all vermin. Perhaps there is some mercy in the madness. Those who wish to see vermin can, and those who choose are provided with boundless purpose. Where? Anyway, I'm just gonna get some fucking lure. Oh, don't tell me I've used it all. No, there we go. Only a ginger can call another ginger. There's a lot of them. Let's have some fun. I'm panicking, we've got this. Okay, there we go. Oh, fuck off, mate. So this is like a micro version of the beast that sacrificed itself in Old Yharnam. A haunting little microcosm. But maybe that's it. Like, maybe this is all of the sins of the hunters condensed into this tiny nightmare.
Capable of firing more than 200 rounds per minute, with its rotating barrel and hand-cranked automatic reloading system, this Hunter's is a Gatling machine gun.
When you absolutely, positively need to kill every beast in a fucking room, the Gatling gun. But yeah, so TRMs is informing me that yes, tiny bosses, which I'll assume are kind of like tiny cakes or Toblerone, you know, mini versions of things that you love. Actually, I do want to have a look at the item description on the Gatling gun. Oh, what's that? Armagala arm. The arm of a small Armagala Great One. Strictly speaking, the arm is no trick weapon of any sort, but certainly madmen wield them like clubs. Starts as a large, tough, blunt weapon formed of bone, but when extended, the hand quivers as if it were alive. The Boom Hammer! Giant hammer with a miniature furnace. Party time! Crush beasts and burn them! I kind of want to do a few of these, like, almost like Slapshot adverts. Okay. This highly customizable portable version of the stationary Gatling gun operated by the old hunter Dura in Old Yharnam, it was the weapon of choice against the youngest, the youngest of Dura's 3 companions. The Gatling gun boasts exceptional rapid-firing functionality, but is considered cumbersome weapon due to its excessive weight and insatiable consumption of quicksilver bullets. Uberdan's over there vibrating at the boom hammer. But why not? Cannon. It may actually start upgrading the Gatling gun because it's just fun. Bang! And the beast is dead. That's right. This Gatling gun, it fires. It... Fires? No, I need more rhyming words. It does look fucking cool strapped to our back. You know? And when we swap it out with the big sword... Yeah, this is some late game glorious nonsense. Alright. Now watch me get killed by one of these fucking fleas because I'm not paying attention. Because my gun's too cool. And you know what? We do have a lot of leftover Quicksilver bullets, so let's have some fun. Hey, old bastard! That could have gone better. Oh. The fuck you do? Fucking hunter popping up behind. Hello, it's me, a regular hunter. Just thought I'd come fuck up your day. Oh, you did not just. No! My word. Friends, can you see that? Can you sense it? Can you feel it? I've gained the power of prophecy! Fucking called it. Why am I like this? So Red Buddy Dragon says, I was under the impression that these hunters were obsessed with hunting in any and all foes, simply because why not? So yeah, to my understanding, the keg hunters had no sense of proprietary or symbolism or what is and is not. They just kill monsters. But what happened was when Dura went into Old Yharnam and he encountered all these people, now beasts, that when left alone were actually just kind of peaceful. You know, these beasts weren't out roaming the wilds and killing people and things like that. They were just in their own little space. And so that's why Dura ends up setting up in Old Yharnam and telling people like, oi, fuck off. Like, these monsters are no threat, turn back. And yeah, as Phil says, like, the powder kegs also had a philosophy that if the weapon doesn't kick like a mule, it's not worth wielding. Whereas, like, a lot of the holy weapons were multifunctional, not just in terms of their combat use, but also of, like, symbolism. So, especially the hammer and, like, Ludwig's Holy Blade and things like that. Yes, they are trick weapons. Yes, they are good. But, like, their design and their purpose is not just to hunt monsters. Hang on. I got killed by that fucking throw. That would have been angry tears, Will. So yeah, so if we go into weapon descriptions, the Kirkhammer's a really good example. On one side, an easily handled silver sword, and on the other, a giant obtuse stone weapon, characterized by a blunt strike and extreme force impact. Big hammer go big, but the church takes a heavy-handed and merciless stance towards the plague of beasts, an irony not lost upon the wielders of its most symbolic weapon. Like, you see that over somebody's shoulder, you know they are a church hunter. It's even probably got fucking scripture, like, chiseled into the side. You know what I mean? But then we go for something like the boom hammer. Essentially, same principle. Kill monster with heavy weapon. But this thing's a fucking bomb furnace. Crush the beasts, then burn them. The brute simplicity of the boom hammer was favoured by hunters with an acute distaste for the beasts. You know? Things, I mean, this is Knights of Cainhurst, so they were all about symbolism. Hell, I could probably start talking your ear off about the comparable differences between the Holy Blood Church, their symbolism, and the nobles of Canehurst desperately trying to uphold their reign. You know, how they're, instead of having the hunters, they employed their knights to not only be guardians and warriors, but also hunters. Well, not hunters, but beast slayers. But unlike the beasts who were affected by the Holy Blood Church, their people turned into those great big ticks, like lapping up and obsessing on the blood. But that's another story. Yeah, DRM, Canehurst has a bit of that elegance, but in some regards, Canehurst, both in its design and its, like, the weapons that come from it, like, it's elegance and opulence in the face of reality. Like, the knights should have been equipped with better, you know, more practical gear for hunting, but they were symbolic, and the nobles simply couldn't comprehend why their knights should be practical. No, they shall be formal, as the knights of old. You knights, go handle this. We'll put a pistol in your rapier or what have you, you know? Oh yeah, and TRM, like, their armor set is so opulent. The irony, of course, being is that through that opulence and ridiculousness, Canehurst falls into disrepair and ruin, and eventually there's naught left but the Immortal Queen, locked away by... I'm going to keep calling him the Ice King, kind of like we called the first hunter we encountered Gaston, because I've forgotten both of their proper names, and these are funnier. Whereas the Holy Blood Church had its hunters operating in, like, multifunctional capacity. His pistol is too long. And his brother's the one that killed me, so I want revenge. Yeah. Die, monster, monster, monster. But yeah, the different spheres of hunters and the different weapons they employ is what makes large swaths of Bloodborne so fascinating. You know, the choir, the Holy Blood Church, the Sawblade hunters, like, each group and how they came to be. And then even then, you've got... I don't remember if the Crows was an order or a moniker, but those that hunt the hunters. Eileen's I want to say philosophy, but Eileen's squad, essentially. Fred says they kind of want to see a Bloodborne hunter in the world of Monster Hunter. No. There is a lot riding on me not getting my face blown off here. Now, the way I see it, Fred, is that... Hang on, let me clear this out, because I like this conversation. No! Oh! Fuck up, Hindle. I want you to know, Hindle, I want you to know, I heard that in your voice. Well cleared. So many souls lost. So many blood echoes gone. Fuck. Ugh. Can we just go back to the Hunter's Dream? Let's go back to the Hunter's Dream. Let's talk about weapons. Let's talk about weapons. Sorry, Zeke was like, yo, I had you turned down because Zeke's doing Luton Dare this weekend. Heard that over the music. No, what I need is to stop and breathe. So dumb. How many times have I gone through that? How many times? That's the time where I get my arse handed to me. I did this to me. I'm okay for food. I might need to go get some water. But I did wanna try the Amygala arm, because big smashy. Oh, that is fun. What's the boof? Oh, now let's see what the transform. Oh, fuck a doodle doo. Oh wow. It's gross, but I can't look away. Oh, God. That is horrifying. Oh, but it's still one-handed? Yeah, that is... Like, this is a piece of an eldritch being that is still going. Now, Fred said, this is what prompted me to make the Monster Hunter comparison. That got me killed! Fred! Sorry. I'd love to see a Monster Hunter Bloodborne crossover, because, like, the Hunters of Bloodborne are varying levels of practical, that it would almost be humorous to them. Oh, actually, let's have a quick play with the Boomhammer. It would almost be humorous to them how the Holy Church doesn't do more, you know? Hang on. The Hunters of Bloodborne would be like, fuck it, none of this ecology bollocks, we're not saving anything, we're just going to exterminate these islands. The Monster Hunters of Monster Hunter are a happy-go-lucky tribe of, you know, teamwork makes a dream work, we have cats as our friends. Showing them the horror of Bloodborne, they'd just be there, like, rocking back and forward and shaking and being like, there was so much blood. There was so much blood. It was made of people. Why is it made of people? You know, both would be able to survive in each other's worlds, but, like, the Bloodborne hunters would just be very matter-of-fact and be like, no, you say there's monsters that are dangerous on this island. Well, then we exterminate the island. Okay, so this one's more kind of... Okay, go with that one. But I'm still with the Holy Blade. I can't use the Rifle Spear or the this Mother Hubbard, the Canehurst Rapier Sword. Oh yeah, I like Valhazark and some of the more gnarlier monsters in the Monster Hunter world make a whole bunch of sense. Like, you can imagine, especially with Val, like, the stench would be horrible, that kind of, like, rotting death and things. But there's nothing implied about it. It's horrific, yes, but it's a part of nature, right? Also, I'm absolutely keeping the Amygala arm. That thing is so nasty, and I love it. But when you encounter... Like, when you encounter, say, like, was it the Bloodstar Beast? The one that was bleeding itself to keep old Yharnam happy. Where it looks like it's wearing a cloak, and it's not. That's just flesh. It's the implied horror of what has happened. Like if Valhazak was a monster... There was a hunter once that had become infected and twisted over time. just pop some blood echoes while we're hanging out. Oh yeah, so TRM, you're right. Nature has no qualms in doing nasty ass shit. It's just with this. Oh god, yeah, Fred. The Bloodborne hunters like grafting monster parts from Monster Hunter onto themselves and becoming even more like inhumane hunters of beasts to match the great dragons and elder beings of the Monster Hunter world. And once again, the poor happy monster hunters over here with their big swords being like, why is everything so damp? Why is everything made out of blood and people? This is not okay. You know, which is worse? You know, a devil pickle or a creature the size of a carriage that is made out of the twisted remains of fuck knows what. Alright, let's see if we've got any more of the good blood gems. Just wait to see if those we get those good blue numbers, you know. Kestrel says, what's worse, a place made out of devil people or living in Peterborough? Which Peterborough, I think it would be the question. Okay, so we've got some real good resistances, more items from fallen enemies. You know what, I think we're okay. We've got stamina, we've got HP, echoes from slain. Continuous heal near death +1. Vile HP recovery up. Yes, thank you. I assume that means that... Oh! Was that Uberdan? Was that you heading to bed? In which case, have a lovely... Oh no, it's Angel heading to bed. Alright, sorry. Misreading chat. Angel, have a lovely rest of your evening. It was wonderful hanging out. You won't see us till Tuesday, but this has been a great day. This has been a great day. But yeah, I love how the different philosophies and styles of all these weapons really does shine through. And, like, once again, it's one of those things that you don't really have to know Bloodborne to understand these things. You can just go, oh, that's a cool weapon. So, like, if we have a look in the things we've got. So, yeah, we've got the Saw, Spear, Cleaver, and Hunter Axe, the classic. The Threaded Cane. Yeah, was it the Beast Cutter we just got? We've got the Cool Kid Katana from Canehurst. A weapon of power, but sacrifice. Nope. Oh yeah, now we can make time charges. And then we get into some of these ones, like the feckin' the Rifle Spear. It's a gun spear. And this, a stake driver. A melee weapon that basically works like a pneumatic nail. These ones you've all seen. The Ligarius Wheel. Now, this one is fascinating because this is so symbolic. It is symbolism beyond practicality. It's a big fucking wheel you bash people with, which is based on a medieval form of torture via the lens of Berserk. Oh yeah, and then we got this gnarly arm. But the different houses and their different designs clearly show you the origins. So, like, the Threaded Cane is... I mean, it's a hidden trick weapon. Ideally something that a person could carry with them on the day-to-day. But when it unfurls into its blade form, like, it is symbolic as a flagellating whip. Like, the church has got to just stick symbolism in fucking everything. On the firearms, it's less so. You know, the OG guns are pretty practical. You know, the repeating pistol and Ludwig's rifle, they get it done. Although you can notice on both of these, like, they have really ostentatious engravings. especially Ludwig's rifle, makes it very apparent. As opposed to the piercing rifle, which looks like it was cobbled together in somebody's back shed. Like, these both serve the same function, but their origins. A rifle typically used by healing church hunters. It is said the rifle was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. Ludwig's rifle exhibits several departures from the workshop design, suggesting that the church anticipated much larger inhuman beasts. Phil is also saying that the threaded cane does a, is it righteous type of damage and a rending as the whip. Once again, Canehurst being ridiculous. Big cannon. Gotta love the powder kegs when they make something. Now, the flame sprayer is an interesting one because you'd think powder kegs because it's a flamethrower, but no, this is just for burning the bodies of the infected. Like, it is. That shit's dark. Sadly, I don't have enough for any of the cool Canehurst stuff. Good times, good times. Uberdan says they look forward to getting the church pick, though we might not be able to use it stat-wise. No. Well, one of the interesting things about Bloodborne is that perhaps more so than any of the other games, this one folds New Game Plus into its narrative. And I think about that a lot. Okay, so New Game Plus is a great way of extending the life of your product. It makes your game... Okay, it doesn't make your game accessible, but I was about to say some utter bollocks there. What I mean is, for the people that love your game most, it allows them to extend their play session out to the point where they are satisfied. And that can be the difference between like keeping a community and not. What's fascinating in this is that there's a larger portion of these weapons that you don't get till late game. So then you get to start again with all of your tools and all of your equipment as an experienced hunter. But who are you in New Game Plus? Who you are is another different hunter. And when playing through in New Game Plus, you'll actually see the doll tending to a new grave that has been added to the world. From the lore that we know and the stories we understand it, it's kind of heavily implied that, yo, that's your grave. That's you. So yeah, I find that when I first started playing Bloodborne, I got very frustrated because I felt that the time comparable spent, I didn't get to spend time with the cool shit. Yeah, see, Uber Dan, there we go. What is it? Great minds think alike and idiots never differ. Because Uber Dan was saying that the church pick is their favourite weapon, but you only get it late in the game, meaning that you only have it for part of the run, unless you do New Game Plus, and then you continue. Hey, Ray, go get some sleep. It was lovely to meet you, and I hope we get to natter and hang out some more. Just so you know, Ray, we usually like Tuesday through Saturday, so to be continued. I'm probably going to roll credits in just a second, so if you all got any points, thoughts, or feels on Bloodborne to throw on in, like now is the time, because I think the reason I biffed that last section is that, it's a bit of casual 7-hour stream. It's not my usual strength, but I don't think I've got it in me to head back out onto the hunt, but I do want to keep chatting with you. Artipo was saying that it's interesting looking at the church stuff where, well, actually being effective, the symbols are still intertwined with their purposes, i.e., there's wheels on the guns and the flamethrower and the bell, yeah. And the martyrs, the most aggressive fighting force of the church, literally use a fucking wheel. If you're unfamiliar with the wheel, it's medieval torture, and I think I've only seen it used in fiction in Bloodborne, Dark Souls, and Berserk. But the dark usage of it is that you take a person, you break their arms and legs, and wrap their arms and legs around the wheel and leave them to die. It's pretty heinous. And that is one of the iconic weapons of the Martyrs. The Martyrs who were famously sent to go fight the bastards of Canehurst. You know, the despicable Vile Bloods. And if you're new to kind of the Bloodborne story, so the Vile Bloods are the royalty of Canehurst were like rampant blood drinkers. But whereas the Holy Blood Church used the blood for all to heal while secretly trying to ascend, in Canehurst it was only the upper echelons that consumed of the blood. And then as the blood started to run dry, they started to come up with more and more and more ways. At this point, Queen Canehurst is so fucking jumped up on the old blood, or their specific strain of it, that she requires the blood of other hunters, like to feel anything, to become stronger. Which is why she's head of the PvP faction. She sends her hunters out to hunt down others and bring back those samples. Numbers says, is it worse than being drawn and quartered? Worse is strong. I think the wheel's simple but nasty. Hung, drawn, and quartered. There's a ceremony. There's a 3-stage fuckery to it, and in theory you should be dead by stage 3. The quartering, at that point you should be dead. Yeah. Whereas the wheel was basically like budget crucifixion. You just break somebody's arms and legs and just leave them to die. It's bad times. Especially when you consider the limited access to medicine. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into the dark there, but bring it back. Like, Artsy Poe, you're entirely correct about how all the church's weapons are just steeped in symbolism. Because they had the cash and they had the influence to make it happen. Like, they were the ones that started, like, employing hunters to just quietly just fucking handle it. I'm sorry, Fiona! Look, it's Blood Bowl, Dark Soul Bowl-ness. Wow. Either I just fell over my words or I'm having some kind of an episode. But yeah, so TRM, it's also how they held on to their power, yeah. They used the hunters as a means to hide the effects of the blood once shit started going south, and keep a control on the populace. So, you know, the Holy Blood Church were seen as a good thing to start with, but then, as things started getting worse and worse, their grip on Central Yharnam became tighter and tighter. Caffeine says, isn't it time for Longship After Dark? I mean, I don't think anyone's thirsty after the conversation of bone breaking and blood ministration. Well, Mateus, yeah, imagine if the victims of the wheel came back as vengeful spirits. Very prevalent in Bloodborne. They're also... Vengeful spirits of the wheel are also very... feature quite prevalently in Japanese mythology. As spirits of those that were trampled or run down or strapped to the wheel. They feature quite heavily in... the classic manga. About the kid with the prosthetic limbs that are also swords. I want to say Dororo, but there's like Dohirororo, Dororo, and Durara that all get mashed up in my dyslexic ass brain. So it's one or t'other. Friggin' bone wheels. Yeah, legend. The amount of time those bone wheels robbed me of souls in Dark Souls. Oh yeah, so yeah, Mateus, it is Dororo. Dororo, Hirororo, and Durararara. But no, it is Dororo. One of the oldest manga. There's a recent adaptation which is online that you can watch on... I think Amazon has it, and maybe not Flux or Crunchyroll. It's very, very good. But that's neither here nor there. But no, just to close off this... It's one of the reasons why I love this game so much. And It's something that's so easy to say, but so hard to do. This is all world building. Everything about this world of Bloodborne has been laid out. We only get snippets, but like every group, every faction has an identity, a history, a style, a reason. And the more time you spend in it, the more you realize that the team behind this must have mapped this whole thing out. But they were restrained enough, possibly by time and budget. Like, maybe there's a version of Bloodborne that never got made where we have like a floating imp that tells us the story, like Dinklebot from Destiny. Who knows? Maybe that's out there. But for whatever reason, the team chose to deliver the story this way. And so you can just play this as a fun, ha! I have big sword! Smashy, 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 smashy. And have a fucking great time. And you're not losing anything. As opposed to a more gigantic, cinematic-focused AAA game that's like, it was the third age of the fourth age of man. The Slugcat Nation had invaded years before, but unfortunately, the Friendos had also invaded, and then they were friends, and then due to the magical tiny Anjanath, the friendship was broken when... no one cares. No one cares. Okay, this is actually much more interesting than a lot of AAA intros. I will accept donations for Puppet Show Story Hour with Will. But you can see what I'm saying. You can see what I'm saying. You know? This game is content to let us be in the space and makes the very, very nerve-wracking choice of trusting us to interpret the works. You know what I mean? It was the slug of times. It was the cat of times. So numbers, it isn't necessarily superior or inferior, but it's very scary as a creative to trust your audience enough to just experience what you're putting forward. Now, if you wanted to talk about best practice, like absolutely what you should aim for, what you should always aim is to give the user context to understand the world, but not tell them the world. You know, the exploration of these worlds is one of the best things. To learn them and unfurl them is absolutely brilliant. And if everything has been planned out with great world building but not told to you, it feels like it's your story, your exploration. Like, here's a good example. I'm trying to think of a good classic RPG and a bad one. Perhaps I should go for more modern ones. I'm trying to think of a really good example of really vomiting exposition at you. I mean, and I'm not saying that it's a bad game, but I don't know if any of you have gone back and played Dragon Age Inquisition recently, but oh boy, getting through to the point where you are allowed to just explore the world is a painful ordeal. Like, I don't know how many times during all of those cutscenes where I was just screaming, I want to go see the hotties. You know? And here's a great example of trusting the user. And admittedly, this is an unfair example, but Cloud Strife on the train. You start the game, and there's Cloud, and he's with a bunch of eco-terrorists, and you can just understand your place in. There's the Mako reactor. The Mako reactor is bad. You're being paid to blow it up. Let's fucking go. It trusts you as the user to be like, alright, we're a mercenary, cool. We have a sword the size of a boogie board. Fine, I guess. We're kind of cool. Everyone's looking at us like we're the badass of the badass A. Alright, fine. That's, you know, that's a very, very good example of trusting the user. Unfortunately, the only way you'd be able to get a clean read on that is if you introduced someone to Final Fantasy VII Remake who's never heard of Final Fantasy at all. But that I would say is the perfect sweet spot. Because Final Fantasy gets away with it because it's Final Fantasy, you know. Even if you played the OG on the PlayStation, you know that name. You've already played through it. And Bloodborne was already sitting atop, like, the new FromSoft. Dark Souls changed the world. Dark Souls 2 polarized the world. But Bloodborne, holy crap, Bloodborne was the brand new, we don't know what's going to happen, what's it like. So people were willing to put up with a lot more ambiguity and brutality than they might have been with a game. But if you compare Bloodborne to, was it Thymetia? The one where you look like a plague doctor. That one hits so different because that one, it doesn't feel like there's anything behind it. The areas are interesting and different and strange, but they're just there. We're never given the chance to ground ourselves in the world. We're never given anything to give us context or hook. It's cool shit for cool shit's sake. There seems to be no rhyme or reason. I'm here. And I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but yeah. Anyway, sorry. Thank you for letting me ramble on this. I fucking love talking about this. And if it seems like I heap praise on Bloodborne, obviously, I fucking love this. And it's one of those games where I feel like even now you can still find new meaning. You can still find new little corners of it. Or find new ways of looking at that which you know. I think there's a real value in playing and replaying this game. You know, even now. Plus, I'm still finding new shit in the fucking Chalice dungeons. Like, I didn't realize how little of the Chalice dungeons I did until I didn't want to go too far ahead without you all. So I just trundled down there. And I'm like, holy shit, there was like this underground garden and stuff. It was fucking wild. Plus, because we'd gotten so far ahead, I was incredibly overpowered. So I got to be basically like one punch man at the Chalice dungeons. It's good fun. It's good fun. So yes, all right. That is our show for today. So thank you all for coming. Please stick around because I'm sure there is some lovely Mother Hubbards that we can go crash into. But I need to say a lot of thank yous because we've met a lot of friends today, and I need to restate how fucking wonderful you all are. If you just found us today, like, I get to do this full time, and I only get to do this full time because the Longship are like, oh, here's 200 bits, here's 100 bits, here's a fucking blue bit. Like, everything that you lot put in keeps this going and allows me to look after my little household. I'm incredibly grateful for that, and I cannot state that enough. So all of you, thank you. And to that end, I would like to thank the following people's specificallys. God, you can tell my words are dropping out of my head. And Mateus, we can absolutely get into the guts about Sekiro like next time, or any time really. So to Quasimoto, a massive bit drop, like, thank you. But also like Bacon Avenger, Keldra, Some Numbers, Akira Zero, Pun Spectre, Favor 6, and Crux, and Compliment Cap, and Sean Peoples, and Phyllis Sun, and Asari Green Fire. I don't know why I always have to say it like that. And to the Artsy Po, like, all of you. Everything you put in, like, bits are still the biggest part of what keeps us afloat. So thank you. To the complement of mods, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Caffeine, Lizzie T. Pow, and Rhymes with Moose. Even though you're all terrors, I couldn't do it without you, friends. And to Absolute Kane, Apple Moose, Tardy Bard, and, well, Just Ray, thank you kindly for following, and I do hope we get to hang out some more. If you'll allow me, I'll talk your ear off. Now to Shataro, Wraith, Just Ray, Hindle, specifically Hindle 101, Uberdan, The Lit, XT Johnny XP and Skyegis, the Artsy Poe and Ultrazini, like all of you, like whether you were hunted by House Carl or celebrating sprees or what have you, thank you. And to Bowie the Nifty, ET3 Stooge, and Greybeard Damison. You know what? Why can't I say that without being dramatic? But no, all of you, thank you for the raids. Like, as I'm sure you know by now, like, raids, they make the numbers go up, which makes Mr. Twitch happy. Except for when he turns us down. Bastard. But, it's a real fucking compliment that you lot bring your crew in here, so... Right! Oh, decisions. Oh, yeah, Mateus, yeah, the Dororo anime was Mappa, and they absolutely busted it out of the feckin' park. Alright, bear with me just a second. Alright, we've got 3 potential Mother Hubbards we can go hang out with. Okay. So, I can offer you one of 3 choices, dear friends. One of 3 choices. I can offer you Super Lesbian Animal RPG. I can offer you DuckTales Remastered. Or, I can offer you Norco. Legend of Morris, like, those choices again. I can offer you Super Lesbian Animal RPG. I can offer you DuckTales Remastered. Or, I can offer you Norco. Well, you see, Mateus, this is why it's so hard to pick raid peoples, because every one of those people is someone that either you will enjoy or I'd love to introduce you to. Like... Oh, and then... Oh, God, and there's someone doing the Blackwell Legacy? Fuck, there's too many good people! So both Kestrel and Uberdan would like to vote for the Super Lesbian RPG. Although Norco is an exceptional game and very much worth your time. So, we're going to head over to Chubby! Oh, I said we're going to head over to Chubby! I mean, Aganaki, I'm just lucky enough to know so many cool fucking people who stream. You know? I'm scheming some crossover streams with Chorby for the future, but I don't have a date or an announcement for you yet. So yes, we're going to head over to Chorby SP, who is currently playing Super Lesbian Animal RPG, which, for those of you that are interested in fascinating applications of JRPG mechanics, and, well, I guess relationships, you're going to enjoy this. Oh, so Chorby reminds me I need to redo my nails. Look at this. Look at these nails. It's a disaster. Disaster. Angel, I wouldn't know, but that is fascinating all the same. Right. So I don't know to what capacity I'll be able to be on the Discord over the next couple of days, but do keep an eye on there. Schedule will go up real soon, so yeah, we've got a lot going on over the next couple of weeks, and we've got some seriously cool announcements, so do not miss out on them. Next week's going to be pretty fucking cool. Oh yeah, you know we were talking about the endings to Bloodborne. Some of you may have seen Foldable Humans video on the endings too. Yeah, Dan Olsen's joining us on the show next week to talk about paratext in video games. You know, no big deal. Did I mention that to you all? Did I not mention that? Ha! Yeah, surprise! That's a reward to those of you that stuck out to the end of the stream. Right. Love you all. Have an excellent weekend. And I'll see you on Tuesday. Good night.